good tutorials, and if people come in from a photography background, then they tend to come into it a little bit more prepared, but
Yeah.
not me. Someone handed me a camera. Someone handed me a camera, and I said, "What can I do with this thing?" And the the results weren't as good. They weren't as detailed as some of the results I'm able to pull out now, but that involved learning and trying different things and sleepless days at work trying to recover from having been out to 2 a.m. because I'm still working a regular 9 to 5 job.
Oh my gosh.
Having been out.
That's insane.
Yeah, I found this love of astronomy late in life. Unlike you, David, you knew, even if you had to go through school, you knew astronomy was going to be your love in life next to Wendy, and in the rest of us. So, but me, this is year 10.
I didn't know Wendy when I was in high school, and nor did I know Kamala Harris, who went to the same high school about 8 years after
Yeah,
I
you
did.
told me about that.
Oh,
wow.
You told me about that. Yes.
Hmm.
Yeah, see, a high school of greatness. Our high school had a running back named Eric Ball, and I think a woman who went on to be a talk show host named Amy Devers. And from there, our choir, well, we won a couple of international music festivals as a 20-person choir. So
wow.
that was about it.
Cool.
So, well, hopefully Scott comes on soon, but we'll just entertain the masses until he does.
There we go.
Oh,
Hello,
back.
everybody that's watching out in our audience right now. We are live. This is the 153rd Global Star Party with the theme of Cosmic Connections. We are really happy that you're joining us tonight. And up first will be David Levy, but we got a couple of intros here, so let's go.
15 years ago, a remarkable mission unfolded above the Earth. The Hubble Space Telescope, humanity's eye on the universe, received an unprecedented upgrade during its fifth and final servicing mission. In May 2009, a brave team of astronauts embarked on a daring journey aboard the Space Shuttle Atlantis. Their mission? To breathe new life into Hubble, ensuring its legacy of discovery could continue for years to come. Over the course of 5 intense spacewalks, they replaced aging components, installed state-of-the-art instruments, and rejuvenated Hubble's capabilities. The impact was profound. Hubble's vision became sharper, its reach extended deeper into the cosmos, and its scientific output soared to brand new heights. 15 years later, we continue to celebrate the remarkable success of servicing Mission 4, a testament to human ingenuity, perseverance, and the enduring spirit of exploration.
Well, hello, everyone. This is Scott Roberts and David Levy. We are your co-host tonight. David is in Canada right now, coming in live over his phone. And anyways, I know that you don't have a lot of time, David, but thank you for making it.
Well, thank you. It's my pleasure. I wouldn't have wanted to miss this. All but one of your global star parties. And I think the one I missed was the one about the special moon thing. And I just kind of how somehow I didn't get to that one. However, today we are celebrating the life of the founder of the International Dark Sky Association, David Crawford, who has now passed away. And I knew him very well. My very first meeting with David was while I was friends with the famous Milky Way astronomer Bart Bok. And he wanted me to become a member of the American Astronomical Society immediately. And he said, in order to do that, you need to get a reference, get it from my friend David Crawford. So I went to David and sat in his office, and I started by saying, Bart Bok has an idea. Before I had a chance to say any more, David said, it was a very good idea. The two of them thought that very highly of each other. Anyway, today I'm going to utter as a quotation, which probably stays the same for both David and for me. When I was after I graduated from Acadia University, I went through one of my very severe depressions. This one lasted a long time. But I was still during that time I graduated from Acadia with a bachelor's degree, and my younger brother Jerry, gave me a gift of a poster that he had found. And the poster had a line from Henry David Thoreau's Walden from the concluding chapter. And it really kind of expresses my goal in life and my path in life. And I'd like to quote that now. If a man does not keep pace with his companions, perhaps it is because he a different drummer. Let him step to the music which he hears. Scotty, thank you, and back to you. Anything I said just now?
Thank you. Okay, it was a little bit garbled, but anyways, we got a lot of it. David, thank you. Thank you.
Well, can I give it
and have
another
a great
shot?
time up there in Canada.
Can you hear me a
Okay.
little better now?
Right now is good. Yes?
Okay, I'm going to say it again. If a
Okay.
man does not keep pace with his companions, perhaps it is because he hears a different drummer. Let him step to the music which he hears, however measured or far away. Did you hear that, sir?
Okay, that was great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Enjoy your time in Canada. Take care.
Thank
Okay. Okay. Our next speaker will be Don Nab from the Astronomical League. Don has given us many great talks here on Global Star Party, and his talk tonight is going to be summer star clusters, but I think he's going to talk a little bit about the 2024 Alcon, which David spoke at, and I heard it was really fantastic. And I'm sorry, I was there virtually, but not really. And so anyhow, here we go.
All right, well, I'm going to start off by sharing my screen. And I just had, I had not a lot of time to put the pictures together, but I did get some together yesterday afternoon. Okay, coming through okay?
Yes, yeah,
Should be in screen show mode here.
yep,
Okay.
that's perfect.
So this is, of course, the skyline of Kansas City, Missouri. And, you know, I should have asked somebody why I was there. Kansas City is in Missouri. So why didn't they call it Missouri City? I'm not sure, but it's Kansas City. So we had a great time. So the first night, well, the first day for the Astronomical League leaders, we had a council meeting all day, and we survived that. And then the first evening was going to the planetarium. Had a great show, and this actually, all the photos are mine except this one Terry Mann took through the bus window. That's how they got us around. So beautiful planetarium, and it's at Union Station. There's all kinds of beautiful things to see there, all kinds of different museums. And I took this photo right outside. Of course, it's the T-Rex, and if you can see, there's a waxing gibbous, only like 2 days from full moon, over the head of the T-Rex. And I guess we had a full bus that went up to the planetarium. The next night was at the Linda Hall Library, which, you know, I have to admit I was ignorant of this, but this is one of the premier science libraries in the country, if not the world. So we went in again, got transported up. These are some of the historic books they pulled out for us. They didn't pull it out, but they actually do have a book by Galileo that has handwritten notes in it by Galileo. So that's be coming out, I think, later this summer. But they pulled out a number of them. A classic star map, historic star map was nice to look at. But my favorite was this one. This is they have David Levy donated his manuals, his observing books to them. And here's the one of the night that Carolyn Shoemaker and the three of them together discovered Shoemaker-Levy 9. Here it says, Carolyn discovered the most unusual comet today, just after 4. And these are his notes that he put in here. So it was really, really nice to see that, since we were right around the 30th anniversary of the impact. So this is David's observing log from that very night when they discovered it. David gave a great presentation in the library. And the library, I mean, let alone the books, it is a architectural, amazing place architecturally. Just beautiful, beautiful facility. And here he's talking about, this is showing the Hubble image of when the comet hit Jupiter. Then the next night we had what they call, instead of barbecue, they call it the Starbecue. So this is where we were eating. It's at an arboretum, Overland Park Arboretum. Beautiful, beautiful place. And we could lounge outside while we were waiting for dinner. And here is a cake anniversary of the comet Shoemaker-Levy 9 Jupiter impact. Here is being presented to David. And that's Carol Org, president of the Astronomical League, there in front of him. Then we went to Powell Observatory, which is the Kansas City local clubs. This is their observatory. They have an amazing 30-inch mirror reflector, and they give a great presentation. And the moon rose over the trees. It was a very enjoyable night. Got a little late, but it was a really enjoyable night. They took great care of us. Here's our scenes from the actual conference. This was the meeting room. The AV was done very well. We had a speaker in the front, screens on both sides. You might recognize a few folks here. This is the president's panel. I was in it, Terry Mann and Lori and Carol. This was Ed. He was from the Southwest region. But it was just an open discussion about various topics. But a lot of GSP people on there. And a name you'll see later tonight, Robert Reeves. Robert zoomed in. He wasn't there live, but he zoomed in. This was his final slide, which, being a cat lover, I really fell in love with this slide. But he did a great presentation. Astronomical League was there at their store. And there also was a presentation about the library telescope program, which the Astronomical League presents, working with the local libraries. And here, the final night, these are the winners of the Astronomical League Astrophoto Contest. And here you see Lori Ansorg, who was also presenting for the Astronomical League on the GSP many times. Here's the leaders table. You can see Chuck Allen and Terry Mann looking very small next to Aaron Clevenson, Carol Org, his wife, and this is one of the presenters. And here's the current president and the incoming president, Carol Org and Chuck Allen. So it was a great event. It really was. You'll see more from it because the Astronomical League had a photographer going full bore the entire time. So I just only had time to put together that quick slideshow, but I wanted to share that because it was a very nice event. And next year we're going to Bryce Canyon. So I'm just going to do with 3 southern sky, deep sky objects. This is the great time of year to look for these things because we can only see them during a couple months of the year. And I'm going to talk about very briefly the butterfly cluster, Messier 6, Ptolemy's cluster, Messier 7. And if you have a pretty low horizon, you can even get NGC 6231, which is called the Northern Jewel Box, and it's part of the false comet. So these three are, some of my favorites in the entire sky. And during summer, I just get drawn to the southern sky because we only have a couple months to see it. Messier 6 is a butterfly cluster, Messier 7, Ptolemy's cluster. And from a dark site, for me, that would be northern central Pennsylvania. There's a state park called Cherry Springs State Park, and it's a mecca for anyone within driving distance. It's one of the premier dark sky sites in the eastern half of the country. And you can see both these clusters naked eye. They're close to the stinger of Scorpius, between the tail of Scorpius and the teapot of Sagittarius. And usually up there, we can get the Northern Jewel Box this time of the year, also called as part of the false comet. So all these clusters are open clusters, and sometimes they're called galactic clusters. But an open cluster is, a couple thousand stars. They form from the same cloud, and they have roughly the same age. And there's about 1,100 clusters within our Milky Way galaxy. They're expected to be more out there, but they have not been discovered yet. So they are loosely bound to each other because they form from one cloud, and they can be disrupted by other clusters. They do orbit the galactic center, and they survive generally only a few 100 million years, which is very short time compared to the age of the universe. They're really short-lived. This is in contrast to globular clusters, which are much stronger gravitationally, and they can go on for billions of years. And they orbit more outside of the galactic plane. They can be above and below the galactic plane. But that's a topic for another night. So I'm going to talk about this section of the sky. This is the southern, almost due south, Sagittarius on one side, Scorpius on the other. Up above them is Ophiuchus. Going to zoom in a bit. This is more on Scorpius. And the actual things we're going to talk about are these three: the butterfly cluster, Ptolemy's cluster, and way down south near the horizon is the false comet nebula, NGC 6231. So first of all, the butterfly cluster. Now you can tell by looking at this picture. This is from Italy. You can tell with the background of stars being so intense that we are looking toward the central region of the Milky Way. And you can sort of see the butterfly. There's a wing down here, wing over here, antenna up here. It's not real obvious when you're looking at it with all these background stars. Okay, in binoculars, it's much easier to see the butterfly asterism. Okay, and it's really unmistakable then. In telescope, like we saw in this picture, so many more stars are revealed, it gets a little harder to recognize. But the view is interesting because you get to see color and all more stars. But use your telescope when there's a little thin cloud or maybe a lot of humidity or maybe half a moon, and then you'll see the shape in the telescope very clearly. And as always, with a cluster this large, you want to use your eyepiece that has the highest number. In other words, the minimum magnification. Okay, so if you have a 25 millimeter, 24, even a 32 or a 40, use that in your telescope because it's a large cluster. So it was, I think it was discovered by our friend who we've talked about before in previous GSPs, Giovanni Battista Odernia. And I finally found out today by Googling how do you pronounce his name that the H is silent, so it's Odernia. And that was back in 1654. Robert Burnham, who's very famous for his, I think it's three volumes of the Celestial Handbook, and one of the classic books of astronomy. He suggested that perhaps Ptolemy even saw this when he discovered M7. But I like Burnham's comments here. The present author regards this for small instruments, a completely charming group whose arrangement suggests the outline of a butterfly with open wings. He's captured it pretty well, which is very well put. Now we'll go to Messier 7, which is called Ptolemy's cluster. As you can imagine, who discovered it? Well, that was Ptolemy, right? And you can see again, this is an incredibly dense star field behind the cluster. Of course, the cluster is in the foreground, looking toward the heart of the Milky Way behind the cluster. This is a European Space Observatory image.
Beautiful image.
So this cluster is, credited to Ptolemy, listed it as in his Almagest as object number 567. Let's go back to 130 AD. And his description is a nebulous cluster following the sting of Scorpius. Of course, our pal Charles Messier, with his list of things that looked like comets, he listed it as number 7. And then John Herschel, another very famous English astronomer, he described it as coarsely scattered clusters of stars. So this thing has been observed since antiquity. And it's a beautiful cluster. So you can find it in your finder scope of the telescope, or again, pick your eyepiece with the highest number, and which could give you the lowest magnification. And it's very bright. And again, this dark sky side, you can see it naked eye. So it's about 80 mixed magnitude stars, maybe 800 to 1,000 light years away from Earth. A beautiful cluster. If you have any chance to see it this summer, you need to look for Messier 6 and 7. They're easy to find. You just have to find, easiest is to find Messier 7 first because it's brighter, and then you go up to the right to find Messier 6. And we'll review that location one more time. And then there's the Northern Jewel Box. It is part of the False Comet. Now, just recently, John Goss, past president of the League, puts together all our night sky guide graphics. He just recently put one out about the False Comet. And here is NGC 6231 down in the lower part here. There's an open cluster. We'll talk more about John's sheet here in a moment. So here again, we'll review where we're at. So if you find Ptolemy's cluster, you need to just go up or right. And if you're using binoculars, not quite in the same field, but close. Ptolemy's cluster is bigger and brighter. But once you find Ptolemy's cluster, M7, it's easy to find M6. You need a very low horizon to go down, follow the tail of Scorpius to find the False Comet Nebula, as it's called, NGC 6231. So again, you can tell by this picture, the background stars, we're looking way deep into the Milky Way. We're looking in, not out. So this is a beautiful picture from a photographer named Casey Good. I contacted him, and within hours, he wrote back to me, he says, please use the image. So beautiful image, the Northern Jewel Box. So we call it the Northern Jewel Box because the regular jewel box is in Crux, near the Southern Cross. So here's pictures of the one we just had earlier, and this is a picture from ESO of the jewel box, the irregular jewel box, not the Northern Jewel Box. Again, we saw located, Scorpion's tail makes a sharp left turn, and Zeta 1 and 2 are actually members of the cluster. Again, our friend Giovanni Battista Odernia discovered this in the same year he discovered the butterfly cluster. And it's been given many names. I created this image in Stellarium. This is really the False Comet, what they refer to as the False Comet, but it's been called the Table of Scorpius, been called the Lizard, and this is the False Comet. So if you look at this, especially with binoculars, it gives you the impression of a comet. Down here with Scorpius Zeta 1 and 2 would be the head of the comet, and just all these open clusters, a little bit of nebulosity up here, making up the tail of the False Comet. Probably coined by Alan Whitman at the 1983 Texas Star Party, is who this is attributed to. He described it as a striking comet-like structure, streams north from the colorful naked eye double Zeta Scorpii. So again, it's Zeta 6231, and H12 is a large spread out open cluster, and all of it gives that illusion of a comet. Again, you have to have a very low horizon to catch this, but I would encourage you to try to see it. And that's where I got the information, did a little research for this. So I will stop my share. Okay, Scott?
Okay, wonderful. I thank you very much for that report from Alcon. I wish I had actually been there. But it seems like the Astronomical League has also really embraced the ability to do virtual things too, and bringing in Robert Reeves like that. And I know that they also had the ability to log in and watch those speakers, live through a Zoom meeting as well.
Yep.
So that was very cool.
Yep.
And of course, you guys do Astronomical League Live regularly, and you're on Global Star Party all the time too. So that's wonderful as well.
Mhm.
The Bryce Canyon event, do you already have a date? I'm sure that many people would be interested in going.
We do. I think it's the last week in June. I don't remember the exact
That
days.
sounds
And
about right.
unfortunately, it's the same week. It's the same week as StarQuest and Green Bank. So we got to pick one or the other that next year.
Oh, okay.
Can't go to both.
All right.
Well, Don, as a first time first time going to the from ALCon, I loved it. I do plan to go to Bryce Canyon for my second one, and I was also invited to the Rocky Mountain Star Stair, which is also the same time.
Mhm.
That time is just a great time to be somewhere dark, so it always seems to get stepped on. But I really enjoyed myself, and it was a pleasure meeting you in person, as well as a lot of the rest of the board members and members of the Astronomical League, and look forward to somehow getting out to Bryce Canyon.
Yeah, reservations will be starting to open in early August. So I'm sure we'll see things from the officers of the AL. They'll be putting that out, but I would encourage people to register early because it's likely it will sell out. There's only so many slots to go
Mm,
there. I think in 2011 there were like 400 attendees. So
yeah,
it'll probably be
I was at
about the
that
same.
event.
So yeah,
Super
so
dark.
my wife and I intend to register. We're going to register as soon as we can. So it should be quite an event. The skies are supposed to be amazing.
That's right. Great. Don, thank you so much. Okay, great.
No, quite welcome.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ron Breacher, and Ron is, an amazing astrophotographer. But Ron also, he really gets involved into the heart and spirit of personal exploration of the universe. He does that with his images. He does that in his talks, and I always love to have him on. So Ron, thanks for coming on to yet another Global Star Party.
Thanks for having me. As usual, your theme for tonight gave me lots to think about, and it's I see Rachel. Rachel, it's so good to see you. It's good to see everybody that I
Yes.
and nice to see you. Really nice to see all folks here. But Rachel, I missed you since I don't know when the last time I saw you was, but it's been too long. Yeah, tonight, the theme tonight kind of intersects with my daytime job. Although I have a lot of astronomy in my day job.
How
But
so?
my other day job is I have a PhD in biomedical chemistry and I'm a toxicology consultant.
Okay.
That's half of my practice is on the science side, but the other half is on teaching leaders to communicate effectively in high concern, low trust situations. So I've really looked at the landscape of what it takes to communicate effectively. And so, usually I show a lot of pretty pictures and I can do that at the end if you like, but I just want to share a few thoughts with you that are maybe a little bit more about outreach. So I'm going to share my screen and navigate over to my slide deck and launch the slideshow. So stars shares stars squared. When you share, you multiply the goodness of everything. However much fun I have at the eyepiece by myself, you get two people there, it's more than 4 times as much fun. Right? So stars shared, stars squared, but especially if we're doing it with new people, we have to really think about the effectiveness of the communication. And I wish it was all roses, but it isn't. There's some challenges. So I'm going to talk about the theme of tonight. And then I just want to share with you a couple of important sort of, what do you want to call them, bumps in the literacy landscape. And I'm including numeracy, the ability to work with numbers in literacy. So we'll talk about that. And based on that, we can think about a very broad outreach educator checklist. Now, you understand I can't drill down too deep in a 10-minute presentation, but it's useful to think at least in broad categories about the things we have to think about to make our education effective. And then I thought I'd leave you with my idea on top 5 outreach observing targets. And we'll go from there. By the way, this is in my driveway just about a week ago. I had my whole family's medical practitioners. My family doctor came out with his family. My daughter's physiotherapist came out with his family and their in-laws and so on and so on. And this picture that you see here is 2 little kids looking at the screen of my iPad, and we're looking at the moon through the sea star that's sitting right in front of me here. So this is where it starts, folks. It's too late for all the grown-ups, or many of them, but it's not too late to get the kids. So let's look at the theme tonight, and a lot of words here. I distilled it from a couple of paragraphs, but here's what's really important to me is the idea that astronomy outreach education can bridge the gap between the scientific community, specialists, if you like. Even if you're an experienced amateur astronomer, you're a specialist, right? And the public. And it can make complex concepts accessible to everybody. And these concepts, things like distance, scale, the age of the cosmos, when I tell people that something is 10 billion light years away, I mean, I personally have a hard time visualizing that. How is it for people that don't think on that scale routinely? And also, we want to foster scientific literacy that inspires the next generation. So I said I'd come by this kind of honestly. This is just one of the many jobs I've had in my career. I was the senior scientist for public health toxicology and risk communication at Public Health Ontario, which is basically like our state level public health agency. And I published this document on risk communication. And some of the information that I included in it was this literacy landscape. And some of the quotes I'm going to give you are pretty old, but the new data is even worse than the old data. Furthermore, all of this data comes from Canadian sources, but the results are very, very similar in the US. And when we're talking, I should just mention what I mean when we talk about literacy. I'm talking about literacy in English, and in the case of Canada, French as well. So somebody might be very fluent and very literate in their mother tongue from the place that they came from. But if they're an immigrant and are not literate in English and French, they may not do so well on a literacy test. So 40% of Canadians would have difficulty reading this sentence. And by the way, the end of the sentence is, or understanding the instructions on a prescription bottle.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Nearly half of adult Canadians struggle with literacy, and 55% of Canadian adults have inadequate numeracy skills. And that's getting worse. And if you're not sure about that, pay in cash for something at a convenience store and see if the cashier can make change without looking at the cash register. And beyond that, there's really a political war on science. There have been issues of, well-regarded magazines that have been devoted to this. And you can see right in the middle of that list of 5 on the cover, one of the pervasive hoaxes is that the moon landing was fake. And a lot of people believe that. So that's just a little bit about what we're up against, all of us as educators. So we have people that also, the other thing I forgot to mention is if you're talking to people and explaining in light years and milliparsecs and arc seconds per pixel, people don't like to feel stupid. And so people won't stop you to ask you to clarify. They'll perhaps go away without understanding some really important information that you could share if you only took the time to figure out what the needs of the audience are in receiving that information. So I thought I'd give you an outreach educator checklist. And again, really broad strokes because we only have 10 minutes. First of all, think about the audience. Think about what they know about astronomy. Think about the communication barriers. It's really helpful to anticipate terms that are likely to be misunderstood and to find simple ways to explain them. And if you happen to find yourself speaking in gobbledygook, you'll notice it now. Catch yourself and rephrase telling people what you mean. Accommodate different learning styles. Not everybody learns the same way. Some people are visual learners. They want to see things. They want to look through the eyepiece. Some people are tactile. They want to touch it. They want to see that model of how far the planets are, like they have at the Lovell Observatory and many other places. Some people are auditory learners and they need to hear you talk about something in order to learn it well. Recognize that you have to accommodate all of those styles. Planning. Hope is not a strategy, right? You need to plan your outreach session. And that is whether it's a live outreach session or something online like I'm doing here, or doing a web post or teaching a lesson. Plan it, including a backup plan. What if the technology fails? What if the sky conditions fail? What if there's a road closure and people can't get to the site? Have a plan. Think about location, equipment, power. Safety is really, really important when you're planning any event. And approvals, you have to get the appropriate approvals for whatever that you're doing. Listen to people. Sometimes when you think you're the educator, you don't really listen to people. Well, maybe I should say, sometimes when I think I'm the educator, I don't really listen to people. It's a bad habit I got, and I've noticed it and I'm breaking it. And that means listening actively without judgment, just letting people express themselves before you formulate your answer. We already know that we know. If we're talking to a group of beginners, we either know the answer or we can legitimately say, I don't know. But don't formulate the answer while people are talking to you. Listen to them. People will forget what you say and they'll forget what you do, but they'll remember how you made them feel. Maya Angelou said that. She's way smarter than me on that stuff. But that's part of empathy. It's really just helping people understand what they're seeing. Listen to their questions so that you can give them really good answers. Stay available. These outreach things, they're events, but learning is a process, not an event. And so we need to remain available to people after the event. So give people a way to get in touch with you and encourage them to do so. Some people don't think of their questions right away. It takes them time, or they don't like to ask their question in public because maybe they're shy or whatever. So here's my top 5 outreach observing targets. And by the way, right here, we were shooting the moon at this point, but I was telling them, and I was about to show them that as soon as it got dark, I was going to shoot an hour on the Dumbbell Nebula. And there it is. And that's with the C star, S50. It's an hour of 10-second exposures that were automatically stacked by the C star. Crazy. So, what are my top 5 outreach observing targets? Okay, you got to think about the principles here, right? People have to understand what they're seeing as much as possible. The more they know what they're seeing going in, the more rewarding the experience is going to be, at least for a beginner. And that's who we do outreach for. When people are more advanced, it's not outreach in the same way, or I don't think of it in the same way. So let's start with the moon, any phase, any time. Be ready to explain its relationship in space with the Earth and the sun. Be ready to have kids walk around each other without turning, so you can show why we always see the same face or don't see the same face of whatever it might be. Let them get involved. The sun is number 2, right? Why do astronomy just at night when people are mostly sleeping? The sun is up during the day, people are awake. It's a great, great target. And with a white light filter or an H alpha filter, it's a great visual target. There's lots to see. Number 3, Saturn. When you've seen Saturn, doesn't matter what telescope you saw it through or what the situation was, there's no going back after seeing Saturn. For me, it was one of the most, I don't even know what the word is. It was like, it was a life-changing moment, very stirring.
That's a good phrase for it.
Yeah, and I bet most of the people listening can relate to that. The first time you see Saturn, you can't believe it's real. But then you see it changing year after year. You know, I've been looking at Saturn now since 1998. And so I've seen those rings come and go. I've seen that dance. And it's really cool. Number 4 is a bright star cluster. And here it kind of depends on the season. But this is the way to get your toe dipped into deep sky objects. So the Pleiades is a really good one. The double cluster in Perseus. NGC 457 is the owl cluster. All of these, by the way, are really good in binoculars. You don't need anything fancy for these. And you can tell people what they're looking at. Now, generally, I leave globular clusters off this list unless you have a bigger aperture telescope. For a newbie, maybe the second, third, fourth time when they start to know what they're looking at, and they start, you know, you have to train your eye to use a telescope. And you have to train your brain to know what your eye is seeing. Once you get good at it with bright objects, it's easier to see fainter objects. Number 5, a bright nebula or galaxy. And here, really, I mean a bright one. So the Orion Nebula, the Ring Nebula is visible in just about anything. It's incredibly bright. Dumbbell Nebula, visible, maybe not in binoculars easily, although all the Messier objects are actually visible in binoculars. The Magellanic Clouds, if you're in the southern hemisphere, they're fantastic in their naked eye. And the Andromeda Galaxy in binoculars in a dark sky, or with the naked eye. In binoculars, it'll fill up and spill out of the field. So that's my top 5. But if you have a big telescope, so I have a 20-inch Dob, even with beginners, I can look at some fainter targets. So, for example, bright globulars, M3, M13, they're both great with beginners. They look like spilled sugar. Again, you got to think about how are you going to describe it. Sugar spilled on a black tablecloth is how I usually describe it. And I ask people to look for the granularity. And in M13, I tell them what to look for. Do you see the propeller? You know, so we can help people see a lot more. So here's me and outreach. I love to teach and write. You know, I write for Sky and Telescope probably, and Amateur Astronomy magazine. I do lots of online teaching, one-on-one and through Masters of PixInsight, and I'm a PixInsight ambassador. And I added this, is not usually on my bio slide, but for tonight I added that I do lots of Star Party presentations, kind of like what I'm doing here. And I have friends over for observing from home. And I get my visual scope out or some binoculars almost every night that I go imaging. And I have a friend who has a cycling company called Changing Gears Adventure. She takes 4 to 6 people on a bike tour and they stop by the doghouse. And we do some observing through my 10-inch homemade scope or my 20-inch obsession. So Outreach all the way. Help people learn is great, fun. And Scott, thank you very much for
Thank you.
having me as usual.
Thank you. Yep, I look forward to your next presentation, Ron. But I loved all the tips. Those of you in the audience that are into astronomy outreach, you know, you're going to get lots of amazing insight from this group tonight. Thank you, Ron, for giving your top 5 and all that great advice.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so we are, our next speaker is now Dr. Rachel Freed, which I'm going to have to use
Dr.
it a lot.
Freed.
Doctor, that's right. Yes, it's awesome. So what an accomplishment. And I met Rachel for, I think, the first time at Mount Wilson Observatory. And she was there when we were forming a group called the Alliance of Historic Observatories. And so I learned a lot about Rachel at that time. She is a powerhouse of information and energy. And, you know, her project InStar is something that is phenomenal. She is teaching students how to do science through astronomy. And so I'm going to give you the stage. Rachel, thank you.
All right, thank you for having me here. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And what a great lineup of speakers. So you can see my screen, I think. Ron, I loved everything you were saying about scientific literacy and how we interact with the public and the importance of all that. And that's like my mission in life, is to get that, you know, improve scientific literacy in a way that's fun and exciting, and in a way that people are just intrinsically motivated through astronomy. So I co-founded the Institute for Student Astronomical Research about 8 years ago now. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about what we do and then some other programs that I'm involved with. So we do astronomy research, and this is a team I'm working with right now. And what I want to point out are a couple things. One, I work with students and college instructors and high school teachers and students in college and high school. And we work in these very diverse teams. I usually, including now, have students and educators from all over the country and sometimes globally. And we work in teams to do really simple double star astrometry. So what that is just measuring where two stars are relative to each other. And we can compare this to the historical data on these stars, and eventually orbits can be calculated, and from orbits we get masses of stars, and from the masses of stars we get to learn everything about their life cycles, which is really exciting. So we take these students through this process of learning about the night sky, learning how we plot things in the night sky, right, ascension and declination, and how to select systems that are visible through the telescopes we have access to. And the telescopes we have access to are the Las Cumbres Observatory Global Telescope Network. This is an amazing network of, we have access to the 0.4 meter telescopes all over the world, north and south hemispheres. And there's always a telescope available. And it's really amazing. So students learn how to select a project. They learn how to use the telescopes to put in their requests. So we study Washington double star catalog stars, WDS stars. So they learn how to, you know, determine exposure times and how to select filters. And so they go through this process where they're using professional equipment and learning how to select a system to study. And then they get their images back. And I'm a little bit glad that Ron's whole presentation wasn't his amazing photographs, because in our simple introductory astrometry, we get pictures like this, a bunch of stars. But it's actually really exciting, because when you zoom into the center, you see that double star you were interested in, and it's really obvious, and we can measure those. And there's always, even though I've done this dozens of times, there's always this moment of excitement where, like, oh my gosh, that double star that I just looked up all its values, and then I took an image with a telescope in Chile or wherever, there it is. And so students do get excited. They get this sense of ownership over the star they select. which is really important in developing a science identity, which is a sort of a feeling of I can become part of this community, I can become a scientist, or I can start to think like a scientist. And this is really important in developing sort of people developing persistence in following science careers. And then they write papers, and this is what sort of sets this program apart. They write papers on their double stars that get published in the Journal of Double Star Observations, which was really set up to capture all of this data so these observations can be added to the US Naval Observatory's Washington Double Star Catalog, where all of this data has been collected for literally 150 years. This data hasn't been collected by the US Naval Observatory for that long, but the data itself has been collected. We sometimes study stars that were first reported on by John Herschel in the 1800s. I mean, it's really exciting to connect to history and to sort of feel like you're part of it. So the students measure the position angle and the separation, so where the two stars are relative to each other, and they write and publish papers. And speaking of scientific literacy, oh my gosh, for most students, this is the first time they've ever actually had to read scientific articles. So we give them articles to read to see how they're going to be writing, and definitely writing scientific articles. And they go through a peer review process where someone reads their article and maybe tears it apart and says, did you consider this? How about this? And it's really great learning experience. They learn the true nature of how science is done. And in a time when we really need to improve scientific literacy in this country, in the US and elsewhere, this is really valuable. And my goal, my hope is that students will gain an understanding of science and a trust in how science is done and start to feel like they can be scientists. So what's exciting also is just how big this program has grown over the last, well, I really got involved in 2016. And since then, we now have 30 or so papers or more a year in the Journal of Double Star Observations by student research teams. And they're not all necessarily taught by me. What I love is teaching the teachers, and then they go out and teach their classes. My favorite thing, I'm also the editor of the Journal of Double Star Observations now. And so I'll get submissions from a teacher and their students who I may have taught several years earlier, and now they're just running it on their own. And so we're spreading this interest in astronomy, this access to telescopes, and this increase in scientific understanding. And it's very exciting. The percentage of articles contributed by seminar students is also, it's huge now. Now 70% of the articles in the journal come from these different student groups. So they're contributing to real science in a meaningful way. And that's really exciting for me and for them. There's a lot to be said for being a real part of a community and contributing to the science and having ownership of that. And then the other thing, so Scott mentioned that I have a PhD now. I have been studying for the past 4 or 5 years the impacts of telescope use and how that impacts students and educators. And it's amazing because their sense of self-efficacy is a very specific measure of confidence in your ability to do something or to learn something. It's actually one of the biggest predictors of persistence in science. If someone has a high self-efficacy or high confidence in their ability to do science, they're more likely to persist in science. And we really need to grow sort of our STEM workforce, our STEM understanding, science, technology, engineering, and math understanding and workforce. And women in the sciences like physics and astronomy and computers tend to have lower self-efficacy. But what we found was over the course of a semester of using telescopes in their astronomy classes, we measured this in several thousand undergraduate students, it closed the gender gap in self-efficacy. So what we're showing is the beginning of a semester and the end of a semester, the self-efficacy of the women and the men. And the women start out with lower self-efficacy, but by the end, they have higher they have similar self-efficacy to the men. And this is really exciting. And these two different graphs, one is astronomy personal self-efficacy, learning astronomy content, how you feel about that. And the other one, the ISE, is the instrument self-efficacy. So your sense of confidence in using the telescopes in manipulating scientific images. So this has been sort of the most exciting finding from my years of research, is we can close this gender gap in self-efficacy. So the other thing we do, Scott mentioned Mount Wilson, is we often take students to Mount Wilson in Southern California, up on the mountain, and they get to use the historic 60-inch telescope or the 100-inch telescope. We were there in June with students, and we were using both telescopes, and we attached this tiny little camera, high-speed camera on there, and we do speckle interferometry. So this technique where we can actually study double stars that are even closer than you can normally just image with your CCD camera. And so we bring students up, they learn how to control the telescope. We have all these computers controlling the camera and telling the telescope operator where to move the telescope to, and then download the data, and then they write papers on these stars that they study at the mountain. It's a really magical experience. And we've been doing this since about 2018, I think, and we're going to be growing this into a larger program. So that's really exciting. And Ron was talking about how looking at Saturn for the first time can really change a person. And some of the people in the audience were commenting about that as well. And it's really transformative. I know that seeing Saturn in the telescope for the first time was transformative for me. And these kinds of experiences for students are transformative. I've seen students become part of the community for years after their first experience up on the mountain or using the professional telescopes remotely. It's amazing how this can bring people into the community and transform lives, which is really what we want to do. The other thing, I have very many things that I'm involved with. I work with Skynet, which is another global telescope network. This is where I did my research on. We have thousands of students using this global telescope network in their introductory astronomy college classes. And they can do things like study star clusters. Ron had these, we were looking at star clusters earlier in this program. And it's a funny picture because it's actually photobombed by a planetary nebula, but it's really the star cluster we're interested in. But students take these images and analyze the data in a really meaningful way. So they're not just collecting their own data. They're not just making beautiful pictures, which is an amazing experience in itself. But then we have online tools that they can access that do things like create HR diagrams of the star clusters, where we incorporate Gaia data from the Gaia spacecraft and other surveys, and we can look at parallax values and proper motion values and do cuts of these things where we isolate the stars in the cluster and separate them from the background stars and create these HR diagrams of star clusters. And not only create these beautiful diagrams that tell us so much about the stars, but we can manipulate the age of the cluster and the metallicity of the cluster. So how many elements besides hydrogen and helium are in the stars in this cluster, and the reddening due to their distance and intervening gas and dust, and come up with better measurements of how far away they are and their ages than are in the catalogs, in the professional catalogs. So here again, students have access to these amazing tools where they can contribute real data and really just be part of the scientific community, do real science using telescopes. And so based on these kinds of tools and access to global telescope networks, there was a conference that we held last month at UNC Chapel Hill called New Technologies and Dangerous Questions in Astronomy Education. And this sounds very exciting, and actually it was. But this gets to, again, what Ron was talking about scientific literacy and what are we trying to do for students? How do we get them to trust science and to become more involved in science? So the questions we were asking were, what is science education, astronomy education now in the time of this amazing technology and the James Webb Space Telescope and all these technologies and on the huge ground surveys that are coming up, the Rubin Observatory, the Argus Array, what should astronomy education look like? How do we prepare students in this very advanced sort of technological age? Are we, and I will say not just with the technology itself, but with AI, and how do we incorporate that, or do we incorporate that in our education system? Basically, how do we make students, how do we help them be critical thinkers who know what questions to ask in science, how to think scientifically, how to vote scientifically, how to understand their prescription bottles? How do we just improve? In the end, it's sort of improving quality of life for everyone through scientific literacy and understanding in this really fun way through astronomy. I will tell you, we are writing up, so far it's over 100-page document as a result of that conference, and it will be published eventually. And we're going to be presenting it at the Astronomical Society of the Pacific conference in the end of August. And so this will be published and will become available to the public to sort of see what we, as a large community, think astronomy education should look like in the time of these amazing telescopes and astrophotography and online data analysis tools and just this amazing time that we live in. And that is what I wanted to share. And I'm going to stop screen sharing now. It's just really amazing to be part of this community, and thank you everyone for listening.
Scott, I think you're muted.
Scott, are muted? Sorry.
I'm muted. That's right. Hey, here I am talking up Rachel, and it's just like just going into the ether here. But anyways, John Ray had mentioned on who's watching on Facebook about what a wonderful job you're doing for investing so much time into youth, and so she's well recognized for this, but I think she gets like a certain kind of super energy from this. So, and I think that is, I believe that is probably one of the selfish aspects that all of us are guilty of that do astronomy outreach, is that we get so much out of it. Okay.
We do.
Just showing other people Saturn for the first time, or introducing them to concepts of, what's going on in the sky. And I often see, when I have my telescope out on the street corner, I sometimes see the light bulb go off, and they realize, oh my God, we're on another planet and we're hurtling through space at unbelievable speeds. And all of this stuff starts to sink in. And that's when I know that they too are becoming astronomers. So
it's an amazing experience.
It is. I love that. Well, thank you so much, Rachel.
Sure.
Wonderful. I hope to have you back on to Global Star Party soon.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, our next speaker is Cheyenne Smith, and Cheyenne hails from Tulsa, Oklahoma. She starts out always interested in astronomy and science, but had some barriers to break through, being a woman, a person of color, maybe a lot of people telling her this really isn't for her, okay? Which, when you hear stuff like that, it breaks your heart, to know that this is probably going on not only in this country, but in countries all around the world. And we'll hear some of that later. But, astronomy and science is for everyone. It is a unifying thing that we can realize. It is something that I think that if every world leader had to spend time at the eyepiece and start to understand the concepts of astronomy, that they too would find out that, this pale blue dot, as Carl Sagan coined it, is really, it's the only world that we have, and it's something that we should cherish, and we should cherish each other. So I'm really happy that Cheyenne's on with us. She's doing some important work in astronomy outreach, and I'm going to give you the stage, Cheyenne. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This work, Dr. Freed and Ron, just very infectious. I'm like goosebumps over here. Thank you, Scott, for having me tonight. I'm going to share my screen. Let's see here. And I'm trying to move this little bar over. All right. Can everybody see and hear me and see my screen okay?
It's coming.
Yes, it's loading.
Oh, okay. It says that it's paused.
Uh-oh.
Let's see here. Maybe let me try to stop share and do it again. There.
Just give it a minute.
Is that good?
That is good. That looks like your first slide.
Okay, perfect. All right. Well, hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Cheyenne Smith. I am a NASA Solar System Ambassador. I am an aspiring astrophysicist, and I'm the founder of Space for Us. And my 9-to-5 job is a creative community manager at Tulsa Artist Fellowship, which is a local artist residency here in Tulsa. I'll start off by telling you all a little bit more about myself and some of my favorite subjects in astronomy and about some of the people I admire in these respective fields. Then I'll go more into what I do at Space for Us later on. I also, during this presentation, I know that most of our audience is astronomically literate, but I'm going to present as sort of I would a general audience. So there will be quick, easy questions I may ask and familiar footage to build on a point that I'm trying to make. So my favorite topics are black holes, quantum mechanics, and astrobiology. And the following women are what I like to consider my Beyoncés working in those fields. These are faces I wish I saw more of while growing up. These are people I believe we should be making more famous. There are people I believe our kids should be idolizing more. And this is what we need more of because, like you all, these people truly know what it means and takes to be a global community. They know there's something greater than ourselves out there, and we need to learn how to be a part of it because we are, and we can only do that by working together. So this is Dr. Jediah Eisler. She is a astrophysicist at Dartmouth studying blazars. She is also the first Black woman to graduate from Yale University with a PhD in astrophysics. This is Dr. Jessica. She's a particle physics physicist at Fermilab. And these two are Dr. Lynch and Dr. Shields, both are astrobiologists. Kendall Lynch, she studies extremophiles in efforts to understand how life could persist throughout the universe. And then Dr. Shields she studies the atmospheres of exoplanets. So those women are, I have, some connection to, and I really want to show their faces to the Tulsa community, especially our students, which I'm excited to coordinate some webinars and FaceTime with them in the future. So what is Space for Us? So Space for Us aims to make STEAM through astronomy more visible and accessible within BIPOC and underserved communities. For example, it's hard to be what you can't see is what I like to say. That's kind of the emphasis on my story. I subconsciously axed myself out of those rooms when I was first pursuing physics. So showing a diverse demographic of people working in space-related fields is part of the reason I do this work and creating space for us. Another goal of ours is to, of course, advocate for dark sky protection. And yeah, you can read more about our mission at space-for-us.org, and also follow Space for Us on social media, which I'll post the handles later. So speaking of darker skies, here's a little pop quiz moment for everyone. Can anyone tell me what this is? You can leave a comment on YouTube or wherever you're viewing at, and I'll give like 2 seconds. Or because I already know everyone on the call knows what this is. So this is the Milky Way, the Orion Cygnus Arm to be exact. And then I wrote, can anyone tell me what they know about the Milky Way? You can leave a comment in the live, as I mentioned before. But the Milky Way is a galaxy, and it contains roughly 100 billion to even billions and billions of stars alone. It is also where Earth and its solar system resides. One of my favorite facts is that there are more stars in the observable universe than there are grains of sand on all of Earth's beaches. And that's incredibly massive, how incredibly massive the universe is. So there's so much to learn, is what I like to tell my guests at some of my star parties. And then, did you know that this was above our heads every night, but we just can't see it due to light pollution. These images were taken by my friend Ian, who is an astronomer and astrophotographer whose work I admire, much like Adrian, who's on the call tonight. Yeah, and so this is another image I like to show the public to give them more of an idea of grasping how small we are. And so we are here orbiting along in the Milky Way galaxy, but the Milky Way is only a speck compared to the entirety of the observable universe. And this is also a quick video I like to show people so that they can really grasp the observable universe. So I'll play it really quickly. It's a clip from Cosmos with Dr. Tyson.
This is what the Milky Way looks like in infrared. Every single dot.
Can everyone hear
Not
okay?
just the bright ones, is a star.
Yes.
How many stars?
Yep.
How many worlds? How many ways of being alive?
This also inspires
Where are
me
we in this picture?
every time I watch it.
See that trailing outer arm? That's where we live. About 30,000 light years from the center. The Milky Way galaxy is the next line of our cosmic address.
Like
We're
Ron
now
mentioned
100,000
earlier
light years from home.
about giving
It would
visuals.
take
I love
light,
visuals.
the fastest thing there is, 100,000 years to reach us from Earth. This is the Great Spiral in Andromeda, the galaxy next door. We call our two giant galaxies and a smattering of smaller ones the local group. Can't even find our home galaxy from out here. It's just one of thousands in the Virgo supercluster. On this scale, all the objects we see, including the tiniest dots, are galaxies. Each galaxy contains billions of suns and countless worlds. Yet, the entire Virgo supercluster itself forms but a tiny part of our universe. This is the cosmos on the grandest scale we know, a network of 100 billion galaxies. It's the last line of our cosmic address. For now.
So that video I really love to show my stakeholders so they can fully understand like where I'm coming from when I'm doing this work, because a lot of people cannot grasp, like Ron mentioned earlier, you can't really grasp billions of light years, and when it's someone that you're talking to that has never even looked up or even considered looking at the moon, you're starting from pretty much ground zero.
This is what the
Oops, didn't mean to play that again. So part of our program initiatives is to showcase this vastness to the community members, but by having star parties, building community science programs, astronomy clubs in schools, and of course, advocating for dark skies. I'm highly under impression that the more we know about our place in cosmos, the more we can experience the parts we have access to, of course, and the more we can understand each other and simply be better to one another, hopefully. I know for a fact that celestial events connects us, just like you all, because look at, for instance, the Aurora Borealis event that happened. People loved exchanging and sharing their images and finally getting to witness a celestial event without having to travel far. It was in their backyards.
Right.
So these are images taken of celestial objects with the Space for Us telescope at star parties and other related events. These are also free takeaways for guests to have a piece of what they actually looked at that night and learned about. I put them on Polaroid so people can put in their wallets or build an album of the universe as they continue to come to my star parties. Also wanted to add that the image quality is very intentional, as I wanted to build a certain expectation for the guests, that this is what you see through a regular star party telescope, and that you're not going to get like a JWST image, It also goes along with my branding for Space for Us, which is retro space aesthetics. Yeah, and these are pictures taken at a solar viewing that was at here at Gathering Place. Guests were counting sunspots and learning about our star. Gathering Place is a local park attraction here in Tulsa. Here's more images of that imagination celebration is what they called it at Gathering Place. We met with many families and individuals who had never looked through a telescope before and, didn't even know that you could look at the star safely. Look at the sun safely with, of course, proper filters. Right. This is the Space for Us Mobile Observatory project. So to do this work, we are building this mobile facility to bring to neighborhoods of Tulsa, primarily hosting North and East Tulsa, which are predominantly Black and Hispanic. Just like Jinx, which is South Tulsa, they have this lovely planetarium. And so I really wanted to build something for the community that I was raised in, because this is something I wish I had growing up. And as I'm doing this work, I'm learning that a lot of kids and students are into space, like I was. And I really just want to nurture that. We want to let students feel like they're astronomers by using this facility and build on a unique community experience overall. Also, one thing I want to mention is that we found that transportation to events or after school activities is a challenge for most students. So building this observatory out would resolve that problem. And this is just more progress images of the observatory. And I just wanted to mention some highlights of Space for Us to date. So that includes our branding development. This is something I'm really proud of. At my first event, which you can, we'll go back to that. My first event here to the left was at a high school career fair, East Central. It's called East Central. I didn't have much to show the story behind what I'm trying to do. And just this clipboard and whatever that is behind me. And then this year we showed up really decked out, and it was really so much fun having visuals to help me emphasize this work. I had some donation pamphlets from, I forget which place, it was Next Dome. Next Dome donated a lot of educational materials to Space for Us to help me pass out for free to students, and students love free stuff. Everybody loves free stuff. Go back to this image. Also this year, we were able to donate over 200 eclipse glasses to elementary students so they can look at the total solar eclipse, which was great. It was awesome. And then this is another highlight was the success of the first star party we threw. 200 people registered and 171 people actually came. And these are a couple of images from that evening. And then these are some of my favorite testimonials. I won't read them all, but all have been very positive, encouraging, and reassuring. People love space, you guys. So we just need to try to get more of it in people's faces. So my last highlight is establishing a leadership team with these two brilliant women in STEM. I won't read their bios, but Ashley Walker, she's a planetary scientist with research funded by NASA. And Naya Butler here is a rocket scientist with research also funded by NASA. Both are PhD students. I think they're like at the end of their years in PhD world. Yeah. And then I just wanted to announce some upcoming events that I have. I'm curating a dark sky exhibit called Earthbound to help promote my dark sky initiatives by working with artists who mend their art and science practices. One of the artists is Dr. Cyan Proctor, who some of you may or may not know. She was the first Black woman to pilot a spacecraft. She went to space, I think, a couple years ago, and she was doing art in space. She's also just a brilliant artist in addition to an astronaut, which is really cool. She'll be featured, her artwork along with other really stellar artists in the show. And so the opening will be October 4th, and I hope to see some of your faces there if you can show up to Tulsa. And it'll be open all the way through December 7th.
Wonderful.
And then I'll be doing some sidewalk astronomy and efforts to promote the Earthbound show and just everything that I'm doing in general. I'll put out a schedule for that as well. And I'll, of course, would love to see your faces there too, if you can make it, if you're in Tulsa. And finally, I just wanted to end by quoting Dr. Raven Baxter and to kind of add on to what Ron mentioned earlier about literacy. It is very important that we work to increase scientific literacy across the board, especially for marginalized populations or underserved populations, because the fact that it's 2024 and we got people who look like, me, asking these very, very basic scientific questions mean that there's not enough being done to make sure that we're included in science, that we are knowledgeable about science, and that we can participate in scientific inquiry. So understanding the world around us is so important, and this is what drives me to do this work. I also believe physics and mathematics shouldn't be something that's intimidating to talk about. It's how our world and universe works, and people should want to be able to talk about these topics as if they were talking about their favorite movie or their favorite sport. Someone once said to me, everyone has a math brain, it's just, who's teaching it. And that really resonated with me because through middle school and like my junior in high school, I was a math whiz. And then all of a sudden some disconnect happened with how I was learning with teachers. So from that point on, I was like, oh no, I don't think I'm cut out for it. And then someone said this to me and I was like, yeah, that's literally what happened. But to close out, I made this video to like girls and just BIPOC people and STEM enthused kids and people in general who, was called weird growing up because of their interest. I was called weird a lot growing up because I was interested in space. I was the only one in my neighborhood saying, look at Mars right there, So this video was kind of inspired by that.
Dear 10-year-old me, it's not weird to look up at the stars and be curious. It's not weird to wonder about our place in the universe. It's not weird for a girl to want to be a scientist. There are others just like you. And they were just as curious, bright, capable, funny, and even as weird as you are. They're not only reaching for the stars, but grabbing the stars with both hands, accomplishing their dreams boldly. You'd be proud to know you overcame what they told you you couldn't. Or what wasn't your place, you've now made a place for yourself and for others. You are enough. Remember the first time you looked up and you saw that you could be were, and belonged.
Thank you.
That was amazing.
Thank
That was
you.
wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cheyenne. Very inspiring. Very inspiring.
All right.
And
I'm gonna jump in, Scott, because we have an opportunity. There's two people of color on the show, and then I see Nico the Hammer too, hailing from South, from the Southern Hemisphere South. Rachel, excellent presentation. Um, One thing that's been talked about a lot in astronomy circles is diversity and how we achieve that. And there is a lot of work to do. Cheyenne, I've followed your handle on Instagram. Probably should have done that a long time ago. Feel free to reach out to me or use anything I post if you need more material to post, and have at it. I love what you're doing. And the thing about it is it's not just us, our hoods, our music, our style, we bring, but we also read the books by the greats in, astrophysics. We don't come in to try and take things over. We come in to learn, and we come to understand. We want to do outreach too, and we want to go back to those hoods and teach, and explain how astronomy can work. Over here in Detroit, Belle Isle, every few months we do where we're showing the moon, and we're showing whatever we can show, Venus if it's out. Most of the time it's cloudy, and of course with the city there it's really bright, but we still get the city to come out, and we get genuine responses that I see no matter which crowd I'm doing. We've been in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and all kinds of people from all kinds of backgrounds, all the students, professors, a preacher, someone who didn't believe we landed on the moon, all sorts of things. And every single one of them stopped when they looked through any of the telescopes that we had. There is no amount of cool that keeps you from enjoying what you see in space. Many haven't looked, many don't have the time to look up because these communities are worried about putting food on the table before they can worry about, things in space. So, uh, enough of the preaching here. You've already said a lot of that in your presentation, but just, wanted to add a little bit and just say thank you, Cheyenne, and all of us owe you
yes.
a debt of gratitude for attempting to do what we know it wasn't cool. What would you rather buy, a telescope or the new Jordans? That's what our community is about, people.
A new
But
telescope.
we still, yeah, you all out there in the world are going to buy new telescope. We're going to buy either new sneaks or kicks or clothes or something else. So there's still a lot of work to do, and a lot of it has to do
That's
with
true.
efforts like your effort, Rachel. You're having, your girls are doing citizen science. That is so important. They actually feel, well, I'm not just doing this to make pretty pictures. A real scientist is using my data. That is amazing, and that's something,
Yeah.
we all seek to accomplish. And so just wanted to throw those words in. I have a presentation later. I can always wait till then to wax spouse, but excellent work. Keep doing what you're doing, all of you. Keep doing what you're doing. This happens to be a fairly diverse global star party tonight, and I think it's about time.
Yeah.
I will say one more thing, and then Scott, I'll run and scurry away again. There was one thing missing at the Astronomical League conference. I did not see any women of color, at least I'll say it, Black women joining us. I know that there are conferences where more women of color in particular are able to join, but that is something I would like to see, but not just for the purpose of filling out a checkbox. The work that you do, Cheyenne, helps make that a
It stands
reality
on its own.
because these young girls should want to do. If they're interested in science, they should want to do it and they should not feel afraid. So with that, thank you so much for your work and for everyone else. For everyone else coming up, I see the whole Southern Hemisphere is in attendance and can't
Part of
wait
it.
to see. Yeah, well, we don't have Maxie. I don't know Maxie if he's
I
on, but
think Maxie's out there watching. So
yes.
yeah,
Um, so yeah, congratulations on all the progress you have made.
yeah.
And the glasses are awesome. You ever stop wearing those glasses. I don't care what you all are out saying in YouTube world or the internet. Those glasses are fire.
They rock.
Yes, I said it. All right, Scott, I'm getting out of here.
All right. Thank you, Adrian. Cheyenne, thank you again for coming on. I hope that you become a regular on Global Star Party. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so our next speaker is Marcelo Souza from Brazil. If you've watched Global Star Party, you've seen him a lot. He is a legendary outreach ambassador and leader of space exploration and astronomy education. Based in Brazil, but he's known all over South America. And I had the pleasure of attending one of his events. He always invites me. I wish I could get down there more. And one day I will come back. But if you've never been to Brazil, it is one of the warmest places, not only from climate, but from people. And it's really amazing. And so Marcello is also the editor of Skies Up magazine. This is a free astronomy magazine that you can just download anytime from our website. So if you go to explorescientific.com/skies up, you can read the latest issue. So thank you so much for coming on, Marcello, and I'm going to give you the stage.
Hi, Scott, thank you very much for the invitation. Nice to see all of you here. Ever is a great pleasure to be here. I'm sorry for because I was taking images and I was far from my home here. This is the reason that I had it late to arrive. This is vacations here in schools in Brazil, universities. July is the winter vacations that you have here in Brazil. It's not the winter that you call here for us. It's not the winter that you have in United States, in Europe. The winter for us, when you have 20 degrees, everybody is using jackets. 20 degrees Celsius is cold for us, 18. Man, this is our winter here in Rio de Janeiro. It's not so cold as you have in United States, but for us, it's the winter that we have. And part of Brazil, we don't have the winter, as everybody knows, because part of Brazil is located near the equator. Then they have only 2 seasons in the year. Both seasons are hot. What is difference between the seasons is that in one of the seasons, they call the winter, it rain a lot. Every day you have rains. And the other season is also hot, but it's not, they don't have so many rains. This is difference between winter and summer for the people that lives in part of Brazil that's located near the equator. In the north of Brazil, the northeast of Brazil, and it rains. We have rains almost every day in one period of the year, almost at the same time. Then they generally they when they have some kind of appointment, meeting, they use the rain as a reference before or after the rain. Because every day I was there and it happened this. They said to me, "It will rain in 1 hour," and we have rains 1 hour late, and something very different from I think that everybody has in your countries because it is an experience that's totally different. Né? And it's something that shows the importance of having local educational material that is associated with the reality that they live. Né? Sometimes here in Brazil we have books that shows snow during the winter, but here in Brazil we don't have snow, and in many countries here near us also we don't have no snow. Then it's something difficult for the students to understand this. And when we say that you have 4 seasons, and it's very difficult for part of the people that lives in Brazil to understand the 4 seasons because they don't live this. Né? They have only generally 2 seasons when it's hot and it's not so hot, but it's also hot. Then it's different from what we have in other countries. But it is our reality here in Brazil. And I'll show some images. I'm trying to share the pictures that I took today, but I think that maybe it will not work. I'll share images of activities that we organized last week in the beginning, near the middle of July. I'll try to share the screen. My computer sometimes has problems, and I hope this time my computer helping me and allow me to share. On a moment that I share some images because Gabe Gabriel was here with us, and I will share what we did in this period. It was a great experience here. Let me see if okay. Can you see image? I uh what's happening?
It says it's,
Yeah.
it was
Yeah,
almost there.
something
It was
happened
starting,
here.
but it just wasn't coming out.
I'm sorry. Well, I'll talk about my experience here because I think that it will not work. I don't know why the PowerPoint closed. And we had the opportunity to visit 6 different cities. We have the participation of more than 1,000 students that will be involved with the activities that we developed with we visit of Gabe Gabriel that is I will show one of the I'll try to share another screen, not a PowerPoint, but from the social media. I think that will work. Yes. Can you see now? Yeah.
Yes, we can
Yes.
see.
Yes.
It
Yes,
popped
this
in.
was one of the events that we organized. In this event, we have more than 300 students that participate in one of the events. Was one of the I will share the images. I'll try to share the images. And this we did during 1 week. We visited 6 different cities, and we had a total of more than 1,000 students involved. And we had the opportunity to talk about astronomy, and they also had the opportunity to talk with Gabe Gabriel that worked at NASA, for NASA, doing a former engineer for NASA, and he made ever a fantastic presentation, and it motivates everybody that have the opportunity to participate in his presentations. But I don't know what's happening with my computer. I'm sorry. it's not allowing me to show.
It's okay. Sometimes technology doesn't work for us.
Yes, I will try last time, one time more, but if
Okay.
it don't work, I will talk about what I want to show in our experience. But I would like to show our pictures that we took today and we are taking with frequency. That's something fantastic. Let me see. But on a
Marcello,
moment, if
these were taking at the new observatory that you guys installed?
yes, yes,
Great.
yes, I was there. I was there.
Oh, I see. I see.
I was there now, and it's 1 hour far from here where I live.
I
And
see.
I was trying to fix some things that they brought new equipment for the telescope there, the our sky. We have new
Mhm.
cameras, new focus, new mount,
Wow.
then everything is new there. Inaugurated 2 months ago, but they decided to bring new things to associate with the telescope to be now have better images, have more resources, then something that is fantastic.
Yeah.
And it's a wonderful experience. But also, I was using the unistellar equinox. Né? That is a fantastic scope and something that is changing for me the way that we do outreach. This I'm trying to show what we did with this. The first experience that we had uh, to show for a large public digital images live. This is something that I imagine that I need more time to do with a small equipment because we did this with CCD cameras, with a lot of equipment, and now we make a test. For me, it's working. I'll try to share this image. And I did this using a Chinese projector, small projector, and the Equinox. Can you see the image now? Here.
Yes.
I hope it works. This
Yes.
was last week, and we were in a hotel that is the nucleus of our astronomy club in a city that's located in the mountain region of the Rio de Janeiro state. And here is the equinox, right? And what we did, you have a big screen here. We invite these people as the first experience to share live images using the Equinox, né? This telescope. Let me see if you share. Here you have a big screen, and you share the images live in a big
Mhm.
screen, right? And the sky was fantastic. Then we show where these objects of the deep sky were in the sky. First with a laser pointer, and then after we show the images using this small projector here. That's the Chinese one. Huh? A very small projector. You can bring it with a small bag, and you have a bag for the telescope. Only this is enough to do everything. And the smartphone. Huh? It's something that is so fantastic experience that we are doing. We are receiving invitations to do in many places, because we can show the objects and everybody see the same image. Here, our experience to show them. Ah, yeah. Here was a galaxy, and we show it live. You know. This is an experience that was fantastic. Uh, I was today taking new pictures. I hope I have time to show. This was the event that you organize in 6 different cities with a lot of people participating in
Wow.
different cities. I had the
Mhm.
experience to talk with different groups, uh, with students, adults, a lot of people. With Gabe Gabriel here, that he was with us, and organize a lot of events during 1 week. we had two events per day, one in the morning, other in during the afternoon, and we talk with. Oh, sorry, I think that is the last image here. And I had the opportunity to visit many different places. No? It's something that is an experience that I'm trying to understand this new research that we have now. And for me, everything that I did in the past, I think that I need to change it to now in the near future because it's something very different and a fantastic images that you can take with a small scope. né? And something for me that is changing my view of how that you can do outreach. I'm trying now to open the images that I took today. If I have time, Schwartz, only 2 minutes. If it works, I share here. And I share it with my Google Drive. I'm trying
Okay.
to access my Google Drive to show this image. Okay, I'm here.
You know,
Let me see
Marcello,
it.
it's saying a lot to hear you say that I need to really go back and study everything again because
Yes,
you understand
it's
so much about the workings of the universe, and and you've been constantly teaching the entire time. So it's but there are so many discoveries being made all the time, you know, and it's coming fast and getting faster all the time as well. So,
look at this image.
okay.
It's something fantastic. Né? Uh, I have now. I'll share the information about the image. Uh, let me put here. Let me
M17.
yes, but the time that I use M17, 2 minutes using the Unistellar. Something that's fantastic. I didn't make anything. It is the image that the telescope shows to me. I don't need to go to the Photoshop for any other
So
software.
these are raw images. This is not processed, right?
Yes, yes.
Wow.
It was processed only by the telescope, but this
Yeah,
is the original image. This NGC 5128.
it's impressive.
That's something that is fantastic. M100. I took it today. You can see here,
Hmm.
July 23. Right?
Today.
Today,
Wow.
1 hour ago. 1 hour ago,
Fresh
20
images.
minutes. That this image here of M100, Messier 100.
Hmm.
This I was coming. This is the original image, and it gives to me all the information. This is the Snowball Nebula with 12 minutes. Né?
Wow.
I took 1 hour ago. Né? E quem transmite live is something that look here, how many stars. I was in a place without light pollution, né?
Hmm.
And something the comets 2023 A3 9 minutes of experience.
Nice.
Look
Terrific.
here. Yes. And I have many, né? This M66 today also. I took this today. I'm trying to understand what I can do. We now are doing projects with occultations. This M90, 7 minutes of expose. And we are now working with occultations and with exoplanets. We begin to do this. né? using the two systems, né? This one and the telescope that is in the observatory. Né? Now I have two systems, both digital. This is for me is one of the fantastic images. Né? This was taken today. 10 minutes of exhibition, exposure.
Incredible.
How that I imagine that I have an image like this, right, without need to take the image from the CCD, go to the telescope, stack the images, and do everything. Right? This in the same time, you you are with your smartphone, the image come to you. No?
Mm-hmm.
Something different. No? I know that many we have other scopes that arrive. No? This was not for, these are old images now. These are not from today. But I would like to show three. I think that this that I have to show that is something that changed the way that I'm trying to return it. I don't know how to do.
Oh, I can help you.
My telescope. Okay, I'm back. Okay, thank you. Stop share. Let me click here. Stop share. Okay, now I think that stop share. That's something that is changing the way that I plan the outreach activities. No? It's something different.
Thank you,
No?
Marcello. Thank you for sharing.
I don't know. It's something very new for me. No? We are using
The,
3 months on 2 months, 2 months. No?
these telescopes, the unistellar telescopes and many of the other smart telescopes that are available today, you have advanced amateur astronomers using them for outreach, and they're an incredible tool for that. And so, I'm glad that you're excited about it. I know Cheyenne uses one. There's several people in our group for Global Star Party that use Unistellar and some of the other smart telescopes as well. But I think that they get a big thumbs up and probably deserve some sort of astronomy outreach Oscar for their accomplishment. So,
And also it's important for research. No? If you want to do research with occultations, works well. I
yeah,
did
for
an
science, that's true.
experience. Yes, they have a project of citizen science that is fantastic from the SET project, the SET Institute. That's something fantastic. And I'm trying to understand what's the limits that you can go with this, or what is the limits of this technology for us now. But I think that soon we will have a new equipment, a new telescope
Oh,
that
yeah.
will be will allow us to look deeply in the sky.
Mhm.
And then something that I think that is will change the way that we do outreach. Uh,
I
If,
agree. I agree.
I don't know how if people when they have the opportunity to see mazes like I showed here live, if they would like to look in the eyepiece again. I don't
Yes.
know.
Ah,
Some
Yeah, I
there's
think there'll be
nothing like
room
seeing
for.
it with your own eyes too.
Yeah, there'll be room for both. I just think
Sure.
it's depends on how you present it. If you like the pretty pictures, these new telescopes make it a lot easier to show people just how these objects look. Now, are they going to be super detailed? It really depends on where you are and how long an exposure you take. But the other side of the coin, visually, those photons are hitting your eyes directly. And those photons may have traveled 25 million light years, 50 million light years, and they ended up in your eye. So highlighting that physical connection is something that I think will keep visual astronomy alive as long as
Yeah,
we
yeah.
continue to do that. So there's room
That,
for both.
that's a good
but
point, Adrian.
Adrian, I want to think that we are you are saying what we feel, we, that we didn't born with this technology. But the kids now, I saw by my daughters here, they use technology for everything.
Yes.
Then I don't know how they will imagine this. How if they want to see in the screen because they see everything in screens. I don't know for these kids now in few years what they would like to do. And I think that it's very difficult for us to imagine the near future with these technologies that then what I am feeling is that something is changing because when we organize the first activity with these the outreach activities, everybody was, I don't know. They are saying that they was wonderful that they, you saw they put chairs and sitting chairs to see the image in the screen. I didn't ask them to do this, but when I look, everybody was in front of the screen with chairs and sit to see the image in the screen. Then it's something that I don't know what's happening, but I know that something that is a fantastic tool to be used in outreach activities. Thank you very much, Scott,
Thank
for the
you very
invitation.
much.
And soon, I think that will be launched the new edition of the Skies Up magazine.
Oh,
We
yeah,
have all the contributions already. Then I think
wonderful.
that soon we have a new, and everybody's invited to send articles for the magazine. You'll be very welcome. Thank you very much, Scott,
Yes.
for the invitation. Ever is a great
Thank
pleasure
you.
to be
Thank you,
here.
Marcello. You take care. Thanks. Okay, so we're gonna keep going further south, and we're going from Brazil down to Argentina, where I think that the Copa Cup winners are the champions are still from Argentina. So that's the soccer team, and some of the best soccer players in the world are from Argentina, and so that is my wife's passion is soccer, so when I come home, there's a soccer game on. That's it. We're watching soccer. So
Scott, as
Yeah.
soon as you
Yeah.
said that, Marcello turned his camera back on so he could see his slide.
Because
You might
for
have to have
now,
all three
uh,
uh, in
for
the
now,
picture before
for
Yes,
Cesar
now,
fighting
starts
words, huh?
showing us the southern sky. This
Hey,
is
the United
officially
States team lost, so that's just the way it is. But
for
anyways,
now,
Viva la
Argentina is the
Argentina.
best team. But I hope in the next years Brazil will be again the best world
okay.
team. But I need to congratulate Caesar and Nico for
Thank you,
Oh yeah,
Marcelo.
the
Yes,
that's
America
but
right.
Cup. The Argentina is a great team, and Messi is a
thank you.
fantastic player.
They are
Yes, yes,
becoming the
but
Yankees of football. And by football, I
and
mean soccer, as we call
no,
it.
no, no. Football is football, and soccer. I
It's
don't
another
know.
thing.
It
You don't know
only
what
in
it is. Yes,
USA.
fair.
Yeah, yeah,
No,
yeah.
all of you watching, we've been in the United States, we've been saying it wrong for years. It is football. Football,
Yeah,
you
yes.
want to try
It's
and pronounce.
something like our rugby. But well, we know that you name soccer to our football in the rest of the world. Yeah,
Yes.
it,
Well, our
it it's
football has a few more violent collisions in it and
sure.
touchdown passes
Yeah,
and things
Hey
like
guys,
that.
I'm
But
an admitted geek, okay? And so, it doesn't matter what sport is on, I'm kind of, ambivalent, a little bit. It's
well,
yeah,
I think
well,
it's
yeah,
that's
exciting, I do, but I just I can't become a fan of anyone, but I like to see a great athletic play. I do. So I get
yeah,
that
yes,
part. Yeah.
nothing wrong
yes.
with that.
Yeah.
And that is where we have to give it up
And
to
you'll see it a
football.
lot in those great soccer games or football
Yes,
games,
Sure.
so.
I agree.
Okay, all right, Caesar, you are up. I'm going to take the rest of us off here, and you've got the stage.
Yeah. Well, we have clouds in another part, but maybe in the south we have some clear area. Let me check if I
Yes.
have
Caesar,
now.
I would like for you to
Tell me,
talk a
tell me.
little bit about how you do outreach from your balcony, and you do, you show people that, and we talked about it a few times on this show, that
Yes.
you show people that they can experience the sky even from the middle of a light polluted city, okay? And you do
Yes.
that regularly, so.
Yes, it's in the past from the beginning from the global safari. Actually, I am one of the all participants that I still using the telescope and live. That is crazy, but I don't have a smart telescope. I am not smart, and this is the problem. But something that I can show tonight is first of all the light image, going the telescope crossing the line of view of the building that I have in my back, and going to the showing the stars of the South Polar. I'm starting to move the telescope first, and after we are going to put manually. I show a technique with a go to mount when you don't have a proper alienation, and you have a raw go to alienation with every mount. The problem is that I don't have 3 stars now because I have clouds, buildings. First of all, I use in my cell phone the application. I put less bright. Let me okay. This is the application that I use. Well, first of all, I go to park the telescope, first of all, to make a first position. I go to here, I open the menu, I put settings, and I go to parking the mode. Well, for
Now,
example,
wait a
it's
minute.
not.
Cesar, quick question for you. I see you're
Yes.
running that application on a phone, but that is an Android phone.
Yes.
So
Yes.
Android
It's
phones or
only
iPad.
Android. Yes, only Android phone have a beta application, but Explore Scientific is working in a new application for everything.
Good.
Another it's going to appear. Well, maybe it's got no more than me, but maybe
Right.
in 3 months more for our spring, we are going to have a new application. Is right that I say, Scott?
Maybe sooner than that. So I will make you aware of our. We use Caesar because he's an Explore Scientific dealer, but he also knows how to set things up for astrophotography, and in this way we can test in the southern hemisphere. And so he is.
Yes.
He's using a beta version of Explore Stars that runs on an Android phone. And so, yeah, all the other
Yes.
apps run on tablet, or if you're connected in many other ways, you can control
Right.
the system. So,
Yes, absolutely. I going to use Nina tonight, but I had a problem with Nina, not with the mount, because I have the last version, and I prefer now for the show using the application with my cell phone. And the first thing that I will show you to the audience is the image of the stars in the southern pole. Let me show you. Now we are using ShareCap, and this is the area near to the area of the southern pole. The problem here is that we don't have a bright star to start to make a polar alignment. We can use in many things. For example, in this application, it is a free application. The name is ShareCap. You can use. You are watching the ShareCap, my ShareCap screen, okay, with the stars.
Yes, yes.
Okay, and I show you instruments or tools. Oh, sorry, that this is in Spanish, but it's the same, of course. That cámaras, instrumentos, polar alignment. It's in Spanish, alineando el eje polar. And here you have a tool where you can use first of all, you actually, well, I don't make a polar alignment now, but you can use this tool to make a right polar alignment. You have polar alignment tools in Nina, in pH Guider, and ShareCap. In ShareCap, maybe you don't have the best tool in the ShareCap free edition, but it's enough to make a great polar alignment. Here, maybe you have, I don't know if I can move this bar. Okay. Well, theoretically, you can you can make a process where you can put and you can find the polar alignment for a south hemisphere is very important. Well, I'll show you now a trick for to make something like how do you say? For example, I going with my telescope to find. I have a cloud now. Incredible. Well, I go to bright star now. This is why now maybe in the South Pole, maybe I can get my idea is show if we can have a measure of my error from the South Pole. After the smart telescope that have are using Marcello, of course that this is this is a lot of work, but of course that when you have all in line, you can make an excellent works. But Nico maybe tell me he prefer make small pictures and stacking.
You need
much
to get a
better
long
than
time, Cesar.
yes, I know.
No, but that tool from ShareCap is really great, and
Yes.
I think in this step you need to turn 90 degrees
Yes,
the mount.
something that I can show you. Yes, I change. here. Yes, it's like you told me, Nico. Here. And put, maybe I have two clouds now, but maybe I share screen again. And maybe and you put
There you
yes,
are.
you put, and
It looks
look
like
up.
mission control.
Oh, I
Yes,
see the
yes, my
stars. They're
yes,
there.
yes. And you can see the clouds and the stars. You can
Yeah.
see that, for example, the application showed me a poor polar alignment, and I need to improve. If I have a clear sky, I needed to improve
The polar alignment.
error
Mhm.
with less than maybe 5 I don't know 1 minute, or for example with 1 minute here, now I have 1 degree 32 minutes. Is a horrible, but normally you can guide with Nico, maybe tell me that, for example, 1 minute is perfect for guiding. It is a very low error. Sometimes I use 5 minutes, and for me it's excellent for expositions where I'm guiding, or I'm using, for example, maybe I don't know, maybe less than 10 seconds each each exposition. Well, here I prefer don't touch now, but I try. Oh my God! Well, in the entire night, when I started to assemble the telescope with the balcony, any cloud was visible in the sky. But now, of course, that
It's low. It's the law.
is the law, Scott.
Mm.
Well, I'm sorry that I only show you. I show you only the.
Those are giant nebula going by.
Yes.
Yes.
It's the Milky Way.
And
The Milky Way.
That's right.
Yes, you can see.
It's the
You can see the past.
it's the
of-
Argentinian
really
Milky
close.
Way.
Yep.
Absolutely.
You can only see it in Argentina. It is
Totally,
different
totally.
I
from
got 'em here
every
too.
other Milky Way.
No,
This
I got 'em
and
here
you
too,
can
in
see.
Arkansas.
Yes, you can see. Yes.
That's okay.
Look this.
Yeah.
But that's
That
it.
all
That is
happened in a matter of 5 seconds too. That sounds like weather we get in the northern hemisphere. See, it really is the same. Well,
Yes.
not quite.
No,
But
no,
that-
it's
that-
When
that-
those
incredible.
clouds clear, you've got
that
some objects we wish we could see.
All right.
Yeah, that tool
Yes, yes.
Cesar was showing with SharkUp is really great because if you are watching the margin of error, you can barely move the mount, adjusting the azimuth and the altitude, and get very precise polar alignment.
Yes, here in South Hemisphere, we have the problem that we don't have a polar,
Polar
star.
star.
Yes, and really we need this kind of tools. Maybe that's week. I can show you with less error. Where is the how you can adjust a minimum part, and we can make, if we don't have clouds the next time, we can make a picture like maybe it's not a smart telescope, but it's a great equipment. But we need clear skies. If not, it's impossible with a smart telescope too.
It's okay. It's okay.
But the idea the idea is show the live where you have you know, for the audience, this is the camera. This is only a small telescope with a camera with idea. I told guiding. Guiding is a small telescope, a mini guider. Is the name that the people say. Actually, in the past was the typical finder, but now you can use more for astrophotography, especially the mini guider, a small telescope with a small camera that is going to the computer, and the computer with an application sent to the mount, the cable return to the mount, and put the mount with small movements to maintain the star inside an area, because you have small errors, of course. This unit is very, very helpful with the application. That the name of the application is pH Guider, for example. This is another application, and this is very helpful to put when you need that the small star is going to an area without movements. You have more precise pictures and smaller stars, a smaller star image. We can talk about optics too, because we don't have from a star that is a point geometrically, because it's we never see a diameter of the stars in our optic image. And we have something that we call it ADDs, and mostly we have something that we call it seeing this, because it's like a small circle that is not the real diameter or the real image of the stars. It's very helpful, where you have this unit of guiding to maintain the smaller as possible this image, this round image of the stars. If you have small slidings, movements, you have a fat star, more complicated to process the image. You need more time to process the image when you have, for example, problems like out of focus, or maybe you have focus, but you have some movements in the tracking of the stars. And this is why the guiding today, that maybe in the past was something for professionals, now all people, all astrophotographers think in guiding with their telescope. Not Nico. Nico is from another planet, because when you listen how Nico make photography,
You guys are about to find out. If you
yes,
hammer.
it's amazing.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
really
it's amazing.
It's true.
Nico is my hero, because I need to make pictures. I need to make astrophotography like Nico. Really, we need class from Nico to make this kind of pictures. This is right. But thank you very much. I'm sorry by the clouds,
okay.
the Argentinian clouds.
Okay.
Oh,
it's all
God.
right. Okay.
That's all
It's
right.
a reality. This is a reality show. This is real.
This is real. That's right. It's
Real
live.
astrophotography. Sometimes the clouds
Absolutely.
just don't cooperate unless you're Nico the Hammer.
Yes, yes.
If Nico can make the clouds go away, that will be really amazing.
We are in the same area, and maybe we are having the same. We are.
You
only
probably
at,
are.
Yes, we are only
that
at
looks
how
that
many?
looks pretty
Nico? 30
widespread back there.
kilometers.
Yes,
No more
maybe
than
20 kilometers.
20
Let's see
kilometers.
in
And
a
it's
few hours.
clear where Nico is, right?
No, right now
No.
I have a lot of low clouds.
Mist,
Mist,
or
yes.
Okay.
yes,
But
fog.
maybe maybe later.
Maybe later in this presentation. So
Yeah.
thank you very much,
Thank you very
Cesar.
much. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
And we are going to introduce Yuna Majid. Is that correct? Am I pronouncing it correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yuna is from Pakistan. She is an educator, and she has made it her mission to educate youth in her country and around the world. And so she is she's presenting for the first time on Global Star Party, but she's she's not a newbie to astronomy outreach. She's been doing it for a long time, even though she's quite young. So I think she learned of this calling in her life, maybe in childhood. So, Yuna, I'm really, really happy you're on Global Star Party tonight, and
Thank you.
I'll let you take it from here. Thank you.
Okay, sure. I'm just gonna share my screen first. Okay, so I'm sharing my screen. Can you guys see my screen now?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, maybe one. Okay.
Okay, it's starting now.
Okay. So I need to bring my presentation. I'm just doing it from my iPad for the first time, so just give me a little time. Okay, here it is. Okay, so you guys can see the screen now?
We can see it.
Yep. Yep.
Perfect, perfect. So yeah, it's astronomy outreach practice and its impact in Pakistan through global corporation. First of all, Scott, thank you so much. I have been following your work since, I don't know, I was 16 or 18 years old. I'm 26 now. So it's been almost a decade. And whatever I have done in Pakistan is done. It was possible because of the global corporation, because of the amazing community I met online on Facebook, and they taught me that how I can bring space to Pakistan instead of leaving Pakistan and just pursue my passion personally. So the most frequently asked question from me is, when did it started? And maybe in your childhood you saw the stars and you got fascinated and then you wanted to be an astronaut, but that's not true. This painting I made a few years ago is the answer to when it started that I wanted to be an astronaut. To be an astronaut is the only thing that I had in my mind since, I don't know, since my existence. I have no idea where did it came from, because my parents had no idea about it. I had no resources around me, no newspaper, no television with such information, no books, no libraries around me, no space toys either. So I don't know where it came from. I was born in it. So I always say that it is innate. I always wanted to be an astronaut. So this painting is actually an astronaut inside a womb. Why I shifted from being an astronaut to becoming an educator? Well, that was an accident, but a very beautiful accident in my life, I would say. I come from a very humble background in Pakistan. I studied in public schools and I was very good, smart student. So in grade 9, I was 14 years old and I was selected among the class of excellent students who scored the highest grades. And the classroom had 60 girls. It was our first day and our science teacher was asking all of us that, what do you want to be when you grow up? And my turn was, I don't know, third or fourth. So every girl in the row was saying, want to be a doctor, want to be a doctor, want to be a doctor. And I stood up and I said, I want to be an astronaut. So the whole class was thinking that, what is this creator? What is it? What is an astronaut? So my science teacher explained the girls what it is, what is an astronaut. And then she said that, Yumna, you cannot be an astronaut because there is no such thing as space. And if you try to go up there, you will die. So that was a very discouraging moment for a 14 years old girl. And how it impacted me was it affected my confidence. I was a very happy-go-lucky, playful, cheerful child, but I made a shell around me and I couldn't make any friends because I felt embarrassed. And a few months later, I changed my section. And from the class of excellent students, I went to somewhere from A to D. I just moved it because I wasn't feel good enough in that classroom.
Oh.
And one day I was playing normally with my new friends when an ex-classmate came and said, "Hey, Yumna, that's you." So yeah, that's me. Why are you saying like this? She said, "You're normal." I said, "Yeah, I'm normal. Why?" She said, "But since you had a dream to go to a place which does not even exist, we all thought that you are a mentally disabled child."
Wow.
So at that moment, I realized that I already know that there is a huge lack of awareness in my country about astronomy and space. And I always believe in it because I had my faith in it. I was born with it. But that particular moment made me realize a role of an educator in shaping the minds of their students, in building or breaking dreams of their students. So that 14-year-old Yumna decided that one day she's gonna change it for Pakistan. And then I got busy with getting good grades and securing a position on merit on scholarship at one of the second top medical college of Pakistan. Uh, but there was something happened when I got the internet. When I was in grade 10, we got internet at our home. That was quite late, but yeah, that's how it was at home. This picture is very specific because one day I cracked into somebody's account because my sister forgot her password and she was asking me to try every single possible password to get into her account. And unfortunately, I think that is unethical, but it's maybe because of Facebook security that I landed on an Italian lady Facebook page. And the first picture in the newsfeed I saw was this picture with a caption, "In Iceland." And I was like, "Whoa, wait a minute. In Iceland? Isn't it only desktop wallpapers?" Because till that time, I used to think that these cool lights coming out of the sky is only desktop wallpaper images. So after that, I started looking out that how is it possible, how these lights exist in the world and they are real. I got to know about the world astrophotography. My quest started and I started Googling every possible thing, every single word that came to my mind, that how astrophotography is possible, astrophotography in Pakistan, blah, blah, blah. So when I started writing astrophotography on Facebook, I came up with a lot of amateur astronomy societies. I started joining them. And well, the society and the culture I come from, girls, I was very young at that time, and sort of we were not allowed to, just randomly add random people over social media, especially men. But I was so into astronomy, and my family knew it since childhood that this girl is crazy and unstoppable when it comes to space sciences. So I joined these astronomical societies, but for almost 2, 3 years, I was a very quite shy member of those societies. I was just observing, learning, adding friends from those societies, and then talking to them personally because I was really shy. I was a really low self-confidence girl. And then came a point where I tried a lot of things that people suggested, that this is the internship you can do, this is what you can do. And every time I used to land on those pages and apply, they rejected me on behalf of my nationality. You're a Pakistani, you cannot join it. So that was quite discouraging and discriminative. So, and then again, the people from the amateur societies, they recommended me that instead of complaining that you don't have something related to astronomy in Pakistan, why don't you make something about astronomy in Pakistan? So in 2016, The year that I got into my medical college, I had permission from my family that once you get into a good college, a good university, you are okay. You're allowed to do whatever astronomy you want to do. So this is year one. I made this cardboard box model of a solar system, and then someone donated me these small solar pair glasses, and I went to a local school just to look at the expressions of the guy looking at the sun. And then it's actually first 2 years, and then that's me sitting on the floor with actually my broken laptop teaching kids from my residential area. And this picture where kids are at the hospital with me. So basically, my organization's name is Exploration, and it is named after astronaut Nicole Stott's artistic project, which she made in 2018. It's a artistic spacesuit called Exploration, and I named my organization after it. So I went to one of the very big famous cancer hospital in Pakistan, and we did postcards to space, led by me in Pakistan, but actually it was the project of astronaut Nicole Stott. Then came the time in 2000, end of 2017, when I applied for a telescope competition. I was student ambassador at Universe Awareness. Universe Awareness was a project started by space sciences students at University of Leiden in Netherlands. And I applied for this competition where they were distributing 5 telescopes all around the world, especially to the girls who are working for astronomy. And I remember the day I applied, there was some drama going on at my home, and I was very distracted mentally, but I still made it happen that I have to apply. And I remember I wrote that if I win this telescope, I will make sure that I make a safe space in Pakistan for women and young girls to enjoy the beauty of the night sky. And in early 2018, I randomly get a message on Facebook from Jean-Pierre, hey, we want to ship you your telescope. And I was like, I'm sorry, I haven't ordered any. Maybe you're contacting the wrong person. And then he explained it to me, everything. I was over the moon, and when the telescope came to Pakistan, first, they told me that you cannot have it because you are a medical student.
Oh.
Well, that was a bummer. And when I showed them my certifications that, hey, look, I am student ambassador of this thing, I'm national coordinator of this thing, that, blah, blah, blah. They sent me back home. And 2 days later, I was actually having my final exams of my second year of medical. And I was very busy mentally. I had to focus. But they called me and they told me that, sorry, you cannot have the telescope because it is a terrorism tool. That was a big, big bummer for me. Like, come on, this 20-year-old girl looks something horrible to you, and it is a science equipment. If a doctor can roam around with their stethoscope around their neck, an astronomer can roam around with their telescope. Why? It hit me hard because it is because of unawareness. People don't understand the tool, and they just see it as a dangerous one. But somehow my dad tried to pull some contacts everywhere possible, and he made sure that we get the telescope out. And then the journey began. We did a lot of solar observations because, one, I am a girl. I was very young, and it was easier for me to go in the daytime instead of conducting things at nighttime. When I got permission of working from my parents, I had this one rule that I have to be back home before it gets dark. So I made sure that I get a solar film. So Jean-Pierre also gave me a Badir solar film, and I cut a jar basically and made sure that the film is perfect over there. And then we started solar observations and a very few night sky observations with a wooden mount telescope. It kept going on. I traveled to Islamabad to do these events. this little kiddo is grown up now. He loves space. And here you can see it's a public school and girls. We went to the outskirts of Islamabad. And what happened here was that we only said that I will come and I will engage only one class, which means like 60 students or 50 students. But when we put the telescopes, the kids just ran out from the classes crazily, and all of them wanted to see the sun. All of them wanted to experience it because that is a lifetime chance for them. But what happened was the whole line was over there, but the sun was getting down. So it was unfortunate that some kids could see it and the other couldn't. The journey kept going on and on. These pictures are from the last 2 to 3 years. And then I also got this small group of volunteers who sometimes help me, but you can also see that mostly we do day observation because our telescope is okay-ish with solar and lunar observation. Then something happened last year in 2023. So during this time, I joined some volunteer organization, and then I volunteered for them for a very long time, and I ended up getting some scholarships to travel internationally. So in 2019, I went to Japan. In 2021, I went to Dubai. In 2022, in order to support my organization financially, because we don't charge people, I opted to take up a job in Dubai, and I worked over there for 6 months, and I exchanged with my mental health and emotional well-being. They were having a lot of problems with my social media presence and the attention that I get because of my work. So they wanted me to shut down my organization in Pakistan. So I had to quit the job and move back to Pakistan. I missed quite a few scholarship opportunities when I was in Dubai because my boss didn't allow me to go. In 2023, I was selected for Ascend in Las Vegas. At the same time, I was elected for High Seas Analog Astronaut Training. And I landed in Vegas. I attended the conference until the time when I went to Portland to take my next flight to Hawaii for my High Seas Analog Astronaut Training. Unfortunately, the person in Pakistan who promised to pay my fee for High Seas, he just ghosted me and he just disappeared. He's a very big celebrity, but unfortunately. So what happened was an amazing group of Americans came up and they made sure that my 3-month stay in America is something that I remember for a lifetime. And they asked me, what do you want to do? I told them that I want to visit maximum planetariums, observatories, and space museums because one day I want to make one in Pakistan. I visited 10 different states in US. I love Cosmos Fair in Kansas. It's amazing. I visited NASA Johnson Space Center. I'm standing in front of NBL. That 14-year-old Yumna never in her wild dreams imagined that one day I would be standing over there. In 2021, Dubai, I met astronaut Jessica and astronaut Christina, and I showed them my book. There's someone in US, they made a small magazine about me. And I had a conversation with them. It was a lifetime experience for me. And then I also did adult space camp training. I used to look at these pictures on Google, people doing space camp training, kids doing space camp. And then when I went to US, I was 26 years old. But amazing people at Space Hipsters, they booked my adult training at space camp. And I not only did my training, but I also won their Right Stuff Award. And yeah, also something that I started as a one-woman army. So for almost 5 years, I was all alone, doing it all alone during my medical college. I don't know, it's not maybe good, but I used to bunk some classes to just go to the nearby schools to conduct some space outreach and then come back. So it's been a long time with our old name and old branding. So I have just rebranded my entire organization because if people are coming to me and want to join my hands in space outreach, I don't want to make them feel that this is my promotion thing. I am the face of it because of all the media attention that I get, but I also want to make it a team. So from Exploration by Yumna, we are now Exploration Cosmos to Classroom. And that was one of the meetup. I invited some volunteers, and the girl who is sitting next to me wearing a mask, in this meeting, I asked these people that, what is that one thing that you really like about exploration? And this girl joined me maybe a year and a half ago, and she, out of nowhere, said that she loves exploration because it is a safe space for her to share her passion for astronomy and enjoy the night sky. And this girl had no idea what I wrote 8 years ago in my telescope application. So it was a very great moment for me. Deep down, I was like, okay, Yumna, one mission is accomplished. These are just list of some awards that I won, some international, some national. They were great. I love the awards, which are Telescope and Proper Educational Resources. Some of the awards helped me to travel and experience space conferences internationally, which gave me a great exposure. I also gave a small TEDx talk, which is available on YouTube. You guys can see it. But out of all of this, maybe you can see this list. What do you think is the most good one? Like, what do you think, which award looks like a really good one?
How about most distinctive woman?
Yeah. It's all like United Nations gave me award, they featured me, and a lot of stuff. I got Diana Award. I got award from French Astronomical Society, United Nations titles, 25 and 25 award. Any guess? You guys can write in the chat box. What do you think? Which one is a good one? Like, worthy, like, whoa. Any guess? Like, any one of you can say.
I would, astronomy in COVID-19 2020 is a significant one because the entire world shuts down, and yet you are able to accomplish that during that. That's the beginning of that 2 or 3 year time period. So I would consider that a pretty a very good award, just being able to do outreach at a time when everyone was shutting down.
Yeah, we did that. We did a lot of online sessions, and then we managed to translate an English space kids magazine into our language, Urdu, and then we printed a few copies with the help of the award money, and we distributed it to the students and the teachers who do not have access to internet and who do not have English literacy. So yeah, but out of all the list of awards, my biggest award is the impact that I have been able to create. Because in 2021, when I started getting media attention, my social medias were flooded with messages, appreciation. There was negativity as well, but at the same time, there were parents and youngers coming up to me, telling me that you're doing great stuff. We want our daughters to be like you. Our kids loved space, and we never encouraged them because we thought it's not possible in Pakistan. But now you are here showing them a way. So now we will let them take up their space dream instead of being that typical Asian parents who wants their kids to be either an engineer or a doctor. So my biggest award is the impact that I have been able to create. Few years, like this is a very amazing short story that a few years ago, someone saw my work online and they said, we really like it and we want to help you. How can we help you? And I was using a manual telescope with a wooden mount, and it was very difficult for me with my eyesight. And I said, yeah, maybe a go-to telescope can help. And they were actually serious, and they were like, okay, we are sending you a go-to telescope. I was like, sorry, I just said it out of nowhere because customs are a problem. So, but they were insisting. And I said that if you are really willing to help me and want to send me a telescope, send it through the embassy. These people were from French Astronomical Society, and when I told them send it through embassy, they disappeared for 1 year. And then 1 year later, I got the call from the French embassy in Pakistan telling me that, hey, we got your award and Mr. Ambassador wants to present it to you. So they invited me to the embassy to give me this award. And it was like, oh my God, wow. It happened in, yeah. This was the first time we did first Falkiyati Fest in southern Punjab. You can also say Space Fest. And we used first time this telescope. Okay, and since I really believe in impact, these are the few numbers. So far, we have worked with more than 18,000 students, and most of the time was when I was in my medical college, because I graduated in COVID. And after my graduation for 6 months, I also worked in a COVID lab, and my job was to extract RNA virus and make a lot of copies of it. But I swear I didn't spread it. It was only for research purposes. But meanwhile, I kept doing my outreach work. So these are just a few numbers. We did a lot of TV interviews, and one of the sessions that kids love is talking to a real astronaut or a NASA scientist, but there are very few and it's very difficult to get them, the astronauts. But yeah, we can try to get more space professionals from them. My brain is like a Pandora box when it comes to educational programs focused on space and how I can create different learning experiences. I have my my main target age group is primary and secondary school kids, but I also work with kids in the hospitals using art as a healing therapy. I also want to, I'm trying to make programs from differently able kids, especially visually blind kids and deaf kids. I can easily partner up with organizations who are good at sign languages, but for the visually impaired, I need 3D printers and stuff like that to make the tactile plates. I have special programs for girls, which are more around mentorship. I have trained the teachers program that I want to develop, but it's only on the paper, again, because of the lack of attention and the lack of funding, because due to a lot of volunteering for other organizations so that I end up at some good opportunities, I am unable to focus on building my own thing. One thing that I really want is to offer edutainment program for family events, for birthday events, because that is how people get engaged and learn things. I also did preschool sensory space play workshops, and I also want to have a small setup where I can have a few laptops, and then high school students can do some research project through SLU telescope or by Las Cumbres Observatory. But out of all of these is right now, all the workshops, there's a wide range for primary and secondary school kids, and for girls and kids in the hospital, they are all up and running. These are the sustainable development goals that are actually very close to our work: quality education, gender equality, reducing inequality, because I myself has studied in a government school and I know how being deprived of opportunities means to me. Climate action, it's very important. There is no planet B, and partnerships were goals, because all the work that I have been able to do in Pakistan is because of the international partnerships and collaborations that I did. This is something really beautiful happened just last month. I traveled to France. So after I got the telescope from French embassy, next year, the people wanted me as a speaker at a conference. And they called the embassy again that we want this girl in Paris to speak. And the ambassador gave me the visa and the air ticket, and he was like, all clear, you can go. So it's really, really nice to reach at a point where first I was knocking the doors of the schools and schools were not allowing me, saying that you are too young, you are distracting our students from prestigious astronomy and from prestigious medical and engineering topics, and you're yourself are a medical student, why you're promoting astronomy to the level where ambassador is giving you a Shenzhen state visa, which is an extremely difficult one for Pakistani to get. So this is Toulouse, the skies of Toulouse. Cité d'Espace is one of the biggest space museum in France, and my conference was at there. It was CAP, Communicating Astronomy to Public. And I went there 2 days earlier. My hotel was nearby and I was lost. I was looking for places where I can find halal food when a bus dropped me at a wrong bus stop. And I was like, okay, I know this is the venue of my conference and there are still 2 days left, but let's roam around and see what's going on there. And I was honestly in my pajamas. And when I started walking on this path, I was like, I cannot understand the French, but the designs look very familiar. And I kept walking and I kept walking. And then I saw this poster of mine up there as a representative of gender equality in space. So
good.
I had like this 10-minute emotional outburst in front of it. I just stood there, I looked at it, I cried a bit. I never thought that my work would come that far and it would be a part of a big museum. This exhibit is the official part of this museum. So that was a really great experience to have. And yeah, astronomy is an observational science. No matter what you do, it's very difficult to bring stars and the moons in the classroom if you do not have a lot of resources. And since I don't have a lot of resources, it's very difficult for me, and I have to make my sessions more crafty. One of my projects that I am working right now is that I don't know, one day I would love to have a big space museum in Pakistan which has no involvement of, civilians, military. I don't want any discriminations. But for now, I'm working on Pakistan's first traveling space museum, which means that I go to different places with my telescope and I have a set of meteorites. You can see these in the boxes they are placed. So we pack this stuff and I go to different places. And I want to add up to my traveling space museum. And one of these are the few things which would be really helpful. An inflatable planetarium, because Pakistan doesn't have any public planetarium and we don't have any observatory either. VR headsets, because I have tried that in US and it's an amazing experience. I would love to have VR headsets where Pakistani students can experience that as well. 3D printers for 3D printing the educational resources for blind and visually impaired people, and basically any other portable space educational resource. There are a lot of challenges. There is lack of sustainability and business model because I started it as a passion. It's been a decade now, almost a decade. We recently celebrated our 8th anniversary, but it's totally non-for-profit. So actually, I used to call it a non-for-profit unless a few months ago, one of my friend who comes from a business background told me that what you do is charity and it's not non-for-profit because we really don't get paid anything. So I had no commercial aspect to it. I started it out of my heart, out of my passion. There is lack of equipment and a lot of facilities, lack of funding, as well as human resources. And this inflation, people are not really interested in volunteering anymore. They need at least a small incentive to pay them, even if it's $20 or $15 per workshop that they are helping me with. That's how it goes here, but it's difficult for me. And then there's also lack of training and educational resources. If I am traveling, there's nobody behind leading the workshops on my behalf. And it has two reasons. One, the people are not trained enough. When they don't have an incentive, they don't show up at the workshops so where they can observe and learn how I do things. And second reason is also that sometimes people want these sessions to be led by me, like by Yumna instead of the team. And educational resources is something that I always look for. These are some people who loved us, who featured us, who partnered up with us. And yeah, for follow and support, you can follow me on any platform by the name of @exploration by Yumna. And yeah, that's me actually in that space. So that was great experience. Thank you.
Wow. Wonderful. Wonderful, Yumna.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
will just stop staring my screen.
Your screen.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Well, you have a lot of energy, I can tell, and there was some great responses to your talk. As everyone here, I mean, we have had a really wonderful gathering of presenters. It's been a truly global star party. It's not over yet, okay? But I did put in text here, if anybody's watching this global star party and wants to help support, one or more of our presenters and their outreach activities, that can happen. And I've put out my personal mobile phone number out there, so you can text the message GSP Outreach Support, and we'll figure out a way to make something happen. So, Yumna, thank you so much. Is there anything else that you'd like to add before we go to the next speaker?
No, I just really hope that I become our regular GPS member and keep sharing my experiences over
Please
here
do.
with you guys.
Yeah.
I'm not a regular amateur astronomer because I don't have that type of equipment to do the astrophotography and stuff. I mostly
Yumna,
use the, yeah.
you are an astronomer, an amateur astronomer. You are an amateur astronomer. Don't fall for you have to know astrophotography. That is
Oh
not
God,
true. I
I
think
get
you've
so
done
much.
more. You've done more for astronomy, and the talk that you told us, you've done way more for astronomy than any of us who put out these pretty pictures just to see who likes them. I am absolutely in awe and respect. I am following you on
Thank you.
Instagram now, but
Okay, great. Thank you.
your path is the path least taken. Please continue doing what you're doing. I know I said the same thing to Cheyenne, and your path has been even more
them all to
remarkable.
keep
I
doing it,
guarantee Cesar, Nico,
Yeah.
we're all saying the same thing. We thoroughly enjoyed, and you are an amateur astronomer. There's no, if you aren't an amateur astronomer, then there's no such thing. So please keep doing what you're doing.
Absolutely.
And
Yeah.
hopefully you receive more support. And Scott, I don't know. I don't see any other reason why she can't be a regular. It would just be about time and whether or not you're able to make it.
But
That's all.
but I get it. But I get it a lot. I remember when I got the first telescope and I posted like the picture of that telescope hugging it. So every time I put a picture of mine with telescope, I sometimes get the messages from astrophotographers asking me questions very specific, which are only required about for those who do pure astrophotography. And I'm like,
Yeah,
I just use it for kids. And I don't know that, it's not about astrophotography. I'm even not good at taking pictures. I can't take even a good selfie. So
you don't have to. There are plenty
Yeah.
of us who can take pretty pictures like this Milky Way photo. How many of us actually know what's in that band in the Milky Way and can describe what's going on behind it? So it isn't just about the astrophotography. It is about all of astronomy, the visual, the outreach, especially, which you have done so very well in. And the struggle, that's, I think, the part of astronomy we're learning from Global Star Party. Not all of us had to struggle like this just to chase the dream of learning about things in outer space. You did, and
Yeah.
I'm sure there's still more to do, but you've come so far.
Yeah,
So
it's just
it's a
that
wonderful thing.
yeah, it's just that I know that it took me a long time to do these things only because I had more hurdles and more barriers, but I am grateful to learn all those experiences at a young age so that now I can make bigger impact at this age, because I know that I always say that I am the voice of young people in my country, um, because I know what they want. I know what that generation wants. And lastly, I just want to add that if any of you wants to support my cause, you can contact Scott. And there's a plus point that anyone who supports us gets my mission badge.
Ooh,
Hey,
there we
that's
go.
beautiful.
So, yep. It has a whole story behind it. All the stars are my values, and yeah, it's all purple because it shows women leadership in space. Purple is the color of women empowerment, and that's why I made it all purple instead of any other color. So yeah,
What does
that's
the
it from my
back of
side.
what does the reverse
Well,
side of that badge look like?
it's like this.
Oh, I
It's
see.
just like emblem,
Oh,
like
yeah, it's
the patches.
embroidered. You can actually put it
Yeah,
on your jacket or something.
yeah,
Very,
yeah. It's embroidery. Yeah, pure embroidery. That's it from my
very
side.
cool. Wonderful. Oh,
Thank
thank you
you.
very much, Yumna. And I know it's very
Welcome.
early in the morning. You had to get up very early to do this.
Yeah.
So, anyways, hopefully you can get used to it so you can be on Global Star Party often. So,
Yes. Yeah,
thank
sure,
you.
for
Yeah,
sure. Thank you.
we need
Thank you,
to bring
everybody.
back. Yes, we need to bring back
Yep.
the Southern Hemisphere, or the super international part of the show. It was always an honor to be a part of
Yeah.
the show during the international section.
Yes.
It was and it kind of relive it. Now if only Maxie were to be able to join us, it would be all of us. But no, we hope to see you again soon, Yumna.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I will keep showing up.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, Adrian, you are up next here. And uh, you've been
Yeah,
vocal through the whole program, but that's cool. And thanks for coming on again for Global Star Party. What do you have to share
well,
with us today?
I put the program or my little slideshow together. We've had so much good information about outreach, and I think, including myself, we've learned that it's not so easy to get out there. There are a lot of obstacles. Um, we at Astronomical League, there was talk of how to continue, amateur astronomy and astronomy in general, how to make the next generation or set up the next generation to take over. The graying out of, the typical astronomy club was discussed. And by graying out, you looked and, you typically saw the same type of person, maybe their wife along with them, at each of these forums talking about past, present, or future. And with a global star party like tonight, what I've seen is the diversity, and not just skin color, but location, but how it is to try and promote one of the science fields like astronomy in different countries,
Mm.
different cities, different neighborhoods. And if anything, it's made an impression on me that, that Scott, you call it global star party. Tonight was truly global from northern and southern hemisphere. So my presentation is about just basically my observations about outreach. I remember we were talking about humility when we were talking about the theme, like how, we're the universe trying to find itself. Not any one of us can't just say we are, we're the man or the woman when it comes to astronomy. This is a community, and the stronger the community, the better we can then share that with others. we know what's going on in the world, in the United States with politics, in all countries when it comes to, the popular thought of space. But we also know what happens when someone looks through that telescope, and I've mentioned this on others presentations. When someone looks through that telescope, they cease being who they present to the world, and they become who they really are, which is awed and inspired by even just looking at the moon inspires them. And every time a solar eclipse happens and we're in an area and no one has seen it, they begin howling and screaming. And you wonder if that's just sort of a natural human reaction to seeing something like that. So it's but there's something everyone can do. It's not just either full diversity or, you know what I will label traditional. I want to be careful and not, start anything political, because that's not what Global Star Party is about. That's not what anything international should ever be about. It's talking about how our differences come together to promote science, space. You've heard about STEM. Little girls, little boys, all ages, races. Science itself needs more people, and wherever anyone is interested in science and space, that's who we do outreach to. So, that's and so with that, I will blaze through hopefully let's see if I get my slideshow started here. Start from the beginning. And now I have to let's see, do this here. I'm going to try and share my screen, and I am going to try and make this work. Let's see. Usually there's a presenter mode, so I'm here. We'll do that one. Share. Okay, can you see it, Scott, and
Yep.
everyone else?
Looks good. Yep.
Okay. So here we are. My Chasing Dark Skies theme that I always use. And I put humility because, and especially for this Global Star Party, it is all about humility. And, I continue to use these images because I'm looking up. I continue to use David Shakespeare's version. And really what he did is he drew closer to the sky, and I do as well. This image of the light pillars, just as a quick aside, I like it a lot because it's not as often seen. You have to be in cold climates and the right conditions have to occur. I offered this image for free to the Alcona County. There's an Alcona County office where, the county that I took this in, and they were more than happy. There was no cost to them at all. I sent them the image and they put it in their literature, their county literature. And it gave me great joy to see that published. Didn't need any money for it. It's, images don't always have to produce a selfish outcome. They can be used for outreach. This is a real true to the eye view of what, the aurora looked like to my eyes. This is a little more detailed than I saw when I went sometime in 2009 to try and find the Milky Way naked eye, but it's a recreation of me just going out to somewhere that I thought was dark. That glow's been getting brighter since, and just looking up for the teapot asterism and looking for steam. I would later learn how to pull all the rest of this out of the sky. So let's blaze through this. See if this will work. All right. Got my start visual astronomy. When I put these images, these were meant to be here. The first images I tried to take with a Revolution imager. And when I chose this slide, it turns out it really looks like you're looking through an eyepiece at these things. And they're not too bad. They sort of represent what it's like to look through the eyepiece. Those that are watching, if you can name each of these objects, maybe you'll win a prize, maybe you won't. I forget the name of this one, but it's in Cassiopeia, and so on and so forth for the rest. Okay, M13, M82, M101, M51A and B, and NGC. Do not remember the number. It's called the Owl. It's the Owl cluster. I think it's NGC 8 something, but we'll look this one up. It's called the Owl cluster. It's also got an NGC number. I think 857, or I think that may be the number. This is M51A and B. This sort of shut down my thoughts of doing deep space astrophotography. I said, well, with detail and images, and this image may not come through quite as clean as on the screen that I'm looking at. The point was, when I saw this image, I said, wow, look at all the detail. Yes, it was the Hubble telescope, and there's something about having your own image and how close can you get to Hubble data. To date, I've never seen this sort of dark lane detail in this part of the galaxy as you see in Hubble data. But I said, Hubble, you win. I'm not sure what the point is. Now, of course, all of you that do astrophotography know what the point is. It's about pushing yourself to see if you can get data like this with your own rig. And so I would hear all the things too cloudy, not dark enough. We're human beings. There's going to be challenges as we go. One of the biggest challenges, we forget to bring something, or it's an endless list. I could make the why I didn't get that image or why I didn't go do astronomy towel and put all of these on it and see if it sells, but I'm just not sure if that would be a good thing or not. And oh, by the way, this is a crude image of Omega Centauri. First time I saw it when I was down in Arizona near Tombstone. Realized I was at 31 degrees north latitude, and in a full moon, I went to try and capture it with a camera and a large 600 millimeter lens. So I basically took my wildlife set, put it on a portable tracker, and did the best I could with some 40 images that I took and stacked them. So I decided to go into doing nightscapes, Milky Way photography. And this pretty picture, as I've discovered as I've gone back through all of my photos, this was actually the first attempt. And it's at Lake Hudson Dark Sky Preserve. You'll see an image later that shows a little bit of progress from the first time I tried to take this image. I used a Canon 30D, and it was around 2018 when I took this, and I was taking other images. So we all have a start, and I started getting hooked in to doing this, but after seeing other images on the internet, I thought, well, maybe I need some practice. So maybe I need use more AI in today's time. And those of you that do know sports know who this is and know about the rant that was going on. This is AI, not artificial intelligence. Allen Iverson, Hall of Fame basketball player, says we talking about practice. But in the case of doing things in space, yes, we are talking about practice. You could look on the internet and see a lot of people who feel like they just do a good job no matter where. It's not true out there. There are some things that'll happen. You better talk about practice. And in light of this particular global star party, perhaps man or woman, we should cover all, not just man. I've tried to embrace anytime I've had it just takes time to do things, time and humility. And whether or not it shows it in these two pictures, you got an image of Cygnus. There's the same image, but what, 6 years I've learned to be able to tease out detail out of there. And these stars are really there. These stars were all that I captured with my little Canon 30D 6 years ago. It takes time to get the type of images that you want to share with people. And you have to be patient enough to take the time and to look for ways to get that done. Something I've always believed is the images don't have to be pretty pictures, although it helps. If you can make a pretty picture, you can share that picture and people will look at it. Once they're looking at it, you can talk about the things that are in the picture. So once again, this is from 2018 to now, the difference in me taking images of the Milky Way over the lake, but it didn't come without sacrifices, long nights, upgrades in equipment only when I found it necessary to do so, upgrades in processing and being able to use them proper, for the type of image that I like. I won't even say the word proper or better or right. I don't want to use that because that to me indicates that there's nothing at all to learn from this image. Well, you can learn a few things. You can show people, you see the star trail. So obviously this was, exposed a little longer, but you could still see, this is so bright. You can still see this region of the Milky Way, the core, the Sagittarius small star cloud. The larger star cloud is here. If you look and try as hard as you can, you might be able to make out the stars of Sagittarius and of Scorpius. It's hard to do in this image, but those things are there. For somebody who hasn't gotten to a level where they can expose detail, at this time there was a lot of sky glow in the sky, and so you've got green and red sky glow. This particular form of sky glow where it's straight line called gravity waves. And then you've got glow from Detroit, glow from Port Huron, combination of Port Huron and Sarnia, and then Windsor. There's still things to discuss, and noticing how the Milky Way does not extend to the horizon because of that, and because of all of this light glow. The fact that there's so much sky glow here or air glow due to our active sun sending more radiation, more particles towards Earth. So there's a lot of things to discuss besides, isn't this a pretty picture of Lake Huron with the Milky Way over it? And that's a challenge that I take on myself, to share data about the images and not so much, if you want to know the process, I'll share the process. This was a long 5-minute exposure. I'm pretty sure I tried to do this without a tracker over here in 30 or 40 seconds. And I thought it was a pretty good photo back then too. Outreach opportunities abound. And so you want a tough image to make, by the way, try capturing people and, part of the night sky at the same time. That can be very difficult. It's something I'd like to work on. But let's discuss some of the things I put here. Outreach from one of the clubs I'm a part of, Lowbrow Astronomers, did a survey, and they found that a lot of people are interested in astrophotography. Very few are interested in outreach. But clubs and efforts like this don't stay alive unless you do outreach. So there are ways you can do it. You can volunteer your local astronomy clubs, star parties, or open houses. You're at work. Unfortunately, your 9 to 5 gets in the way of you doing astronomy. But if you are one of these astrophotographers out here and you've won contests at your job so that your stuff is on walls and in the calendar, well, share more about why you do it. Share more with folks at the job. I've talked to high-ranking officials at my job, our CIO, our CTO, people that make double and triple the amount of money I do at that job. And they've come to me and talked about how cool it is that, my astronomy hobby and where it's been able to take me. That's something that's outreach right there, right at the job.
That's
You're at
right.
restaurants or social gatherings. Don't be ashamed to show people, well, I take these pictures. This is what this is. You never know. School, we see folks who are in school, Global Star Party all the time, and are showing so much info about space time, astrophysics, astrophotography, and anything to do with astronomy. They're not afraid to make that a science project and then get support from the teachers that see that there's something special with the children going to school. In between baseball innings, I do sports from time to time, and I share my images with those guys. And you know what? A lot of bowlers, even professional ones, have walked up to me and said, "Your images are amazing." And I take it as a compliment, but I also take it as an opportunity to say they even like to see pictures that I put of space. There's more reach to the images than just are they pretty pictures. And it's something that I try to take pride in, and I try to use that to talk about it. There are folks out there, some of my teammates, that are asking questions about that. And I give them answers whenever the moon rises. And in between innings, we're talking about the moon. And got to be fearless about that. And I see, Robert, you're here. Just wanted to give you a quick shout out presentation at Alcon. This one's for you because it's the moon. Um, and continuing on, we embrace the moon and we embrace new technology. If it's working to show the night sky, and especially if you're in an area where you don't have as much in ways of dark skies, you've got ways to still do outreach. So putting your scope on the moon or putting sea stars and EV scopes, and if I misspelled anything, you can talk about it afterwards. But the whole point being, our young generation has grown up seeing Hubble images and now JWST and other space telescope images that have been released. This is how how they are relating to astronomy and through astrophotography. And there are plenty of us that can help young folks along the way with that. But visual astronomy doesn't have to be left behind. You can read this, or I can tell you what it says. You put someone up to the eyepiece and you say, this galaxy, this nebula, even this star cluster traveled through space. The photons traveled however many millions of light years, and they ended up in your eyes. This is you looking directly at something. Imagine it's so far away you can't even get to it in your lifetime, but you can see it with the aid of a telescope and naked eye astronomy as well. If you point out something like the Andromeda Galaxy, if you are somewhere dark enough and it's naked eye visible, you point that out and say, there it is, some 2.4 million light years away, and you can see that far because A, it's that big, and B, it's that far away, but your eyes can see it. And that's something you share something with that. It's no longer about your pretty picture or anything. It's about you can see it, you can enjoy it too, and that makes people resonate. Lunar and solar outreach is very popular. So we've got a couple more images. So as you can say, I'm AI, but this time we're not talking about the basketball player. We're actually talking about artificial intelligence. Astrophotographers use artificial intelligence to try and smartly reduce the effects of noise on images that we take in the dark. Longer exposures does help. We use AI in the processing of images, unistellar, C-star. These scopes are using a form of artificial intelligence, which essentially you can boil it down to it figures out where it is, what part of the sky it's looking at and then longitude, latitude, from there, figuring out where everything else is, goes right to an object, puts it in the center of its mirror, and sends that data to your phone. The figuring out where it is part becomes a form of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is intelligence done artificially, whether it's been fed data from humans or it's trained to gather its own data. It isn't necessarily this, HAL 2000 taking over the world, or that's the dramatic view of AI. There are a lot of good uses of it, and those good uses, we can be a part of the group of science-minded folks that can tell people, don't be afraid of it. You use it for, the words force for good come from mind. There are good uses. We just need to make sure that we manage what it is that we're using artificial intelligence for. Because once we do that, we can have it help us with a lot of repetitive tasks and can do some pretty amazing things with it. And that's what, as part of our outreach, we can spread that message. So there's so much we can affect and so many people we can lead towards looking into astronomy and keeping this wonderful hobby alive in the science that it produces. Even as citizen scientists, it can become more than a hobby. It can be something you're using to, help further exploration into space, doing what you can, being a part of something, which is what a lot of people in general, it's about being a part of something. They want to be in a political party. They feel they're a part of that. They can be a part of science. And if they never felt that they were science minded and you tell them how easy it is to join, you can hook them. And that little child that was within them that didn't get a chance to enjoy science because it wasn't cool, well, now they can, as they get older. And it isn't about going back to school and learning a lot of things, but it's what we're able to teach them. So we teach them more than just this is the process to create a beautiful image. We teach them what that image, the galactic center is about, and all of the nebula that are here. Remember, I took that old crude picture at Lake Hudson Dark Sky Preserve. Well, this is the same place some 6 or 7 odd years later. And now there's more that I'm able to see with the process I use, but it's also more that I'm able to share about what's going on here and all of these nebula and dark nebula as well. And what this window and this little region, the exoplanet search happened in this little bright region right here. So with that, Scott, I end with don't forget AI helps us. You should always practice your craft. We practice humility. When Allen Iverson, oh, by the way, when he got inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame, it was such a tearful speech. He was gracious. Even he, at this point in time in 2002, was not very humble. He happened to point to the sky. So your world-class astro imager and master observer are just getting started. Don't forget, keep looking up.
That's right.
And so even AI can teach us something. When he did make the Hall of Fame, he was very humble. He was full of tears. He thanked everybody that came before him. And so this is an opportunity to thank all of you watching Global Star Party, Scott, Robert,
Thank you.
Nico, and Cesar,
Amazing
and all
presentation,
that have been a
Adrian.
part of Global Star Party. We're doing this together, and you all are very instrumental in me pursuing this even more. I think it's been around 3 years on and off that I've presented. Time really flies. So thank you all, and thank you all for watching, and keep looking up.
You, Albert.
And we got more. We got more.
Yes.
What's that, Cesar?
Yes, I was inside because I am my throat is a little complicated.
Oh, no.
tonight.
Okay.
Yes, but I was watching the show inside
Okay.
the living room and returned a little more to the balcony. Yes,
Okay.
yeah. Excellent presentation, Adrian. I agree with all that detail. Tonight we had between the yen and human was excellent. The two new members,
Yes.
really excellent presentation of Adrian and Nico that returned to the Global Step Party.
Yes.
Excellent Global Step Party, really.
Okay. All right. So
My clouds from Buenos Aires.
your clouds from Buenos Aires. Thank you. Yeah, no, it's cool. It's all cool.
Yeah.
Well, great. Well, thank you, Cesar. So we're going to go on to our next speaker here, which is Robert Reeves. Robert recently gave a presentation at the Astronomical League convention. He is I think one of the world's great experts on lunar terrain, and certainly one of the best lunar photographers that I know. I am constantly stunned at the quality of his work and the quality of his presentations too, because Robert Reeves is in love with the moon, and he shares that with us each and every time. So thank you, Robert, for coming on.
Alrighty, well, thank you for having me again, and also thank you very much for your help in my remote presentation to Alcon. Last year, I had to cancel out at the last minute due to medical issues, family medical issues, and this year I was unable to make it again, but they were kind enough to allow me to give my presentation remotely, so I'm very grateful for that. And as I follow along behind Adrian, yeah, I feel totally intimidated about Lordy. The guy is so insightful, and I just spout facts, and this guy speaks from the heart, and it's really amazing.
Well, don't worry, Robert. Your facts make the moon amazing.
Okay.
I'm sure everyone watching is waiting to hear the presentation, because you give wonderful presentations.
Well,
And don't
thank you.
forget, you've been at Kosovo, and like
Yeah.
Yumna's presentation, you're out there doing it. It's not just about sitting in front of a camera and taking some pretty pictures. You're out there on the grassroots and on the ground. So there's room for all of us.
Oh, absolutely. Well, when I saw the badge for GSP 153, it said Cosmic Connections on it. So I thought, what's my theme? And then I realized, well, there's a connection between the moon and all other worlds in the solid worlds, not the gas giants, but they're satellites, though. What's the connection between the moon and all other solid bodies in the solar system? It's craters. Everything from Mercury out to Pluto is heavily cratered. Even the Earth was at one time. But Earth has weather and oceans and plate tectonics, so it healed most of its wounds. But these craters are still universal on all the other solid bodies. So let me go to screen share here and do the grand experiment and see if it actually works. I think it is this time. And let's see here. Alrighty, my title slides should be up, Postcards from the Moon. And come on, there it goes, finally advancing. And as with most of my moon presentations, I put up this one important slide to give you a brief geology lesson about the moon. Everything we see on the moon, including what we're going to be seeing tonight, was formed by only two processes. Either an impact slammed into the moon and created a crater or a basin, or subsequent volcanism welled up from inside the moon and modified this feature. And in some cases, both cratering and volcanism worked hand in hand and modified the feature. So tonight, well, now they're advancing again. So tonight we're going to be looking at craters on the moon. Now, we tend to think of craters as these boring, look-alike, similar potholes on the moon. You see one, you see them all. But no, craters are as individual as snowflakes. Each crater is different. Each crater is so unique that a seasoned lunar observer can look at a picture of a single large crater on the moon and identify it by name, just like you can identify your children by just looking at their faces in the picture. Craters are so unique, each one so different, that they also are absolutely one of a kind. So let's press on, and we're going to explore the types of craters on the moon. So like stars are classified by what we call the main sequence, where color temperature changes through the life cycle of a star, allow us to classify it, the O and the B, and like the G class stars like our sun, all the way out to the M class, the very old reddish stars. Well, the moon has a much shorter version of the main sequence for the craters. Anything smaller than 16 to 21 kilometers in diameter is called a simple bowl-shaped crater. Anything larger than 16 to 21 kilometers, the dynamics of the object that strikes the moon and creates the crater, how the surface reacts and rebounds to the shock, will create what we call a complex crater that has a central peak and collapsed terraced walls. And often volcanism will modify this, or subsequent impacts will modify this. So we'll see examples of this. So how it maintains the individuality of craters. And of course, if a crater is larger than 300 kilometers, we don't call it a crater at all anymore. It's called a basin. So examples of these type craters. A simple crater like Helicon and Leverrier on northern Mare Imbrium, just outside the mouth of the Horseshoe Bay Sinus Iridum. Small bowl-shaped craters look very much like somebody took a giant ice cream scoop and just scooped a chunk out of the moon. And then complex craters. The most obvious example, when we look at the moon through a modest telescope, Copernicus crater. We're looking straight down on it. We see all the glory of how the central peak rebounded up from the subsurface rock by the shock of the impact, and how the walls of these craters are so high and so wide that they're structurally unstable. They collapse and tumble down into the crater. And then another example down at the bottom, if it's larger than 300 kilometers in diameter, it's a basin. And there's 70 odd, I forget the exact number, either visually or gravitationally detected basins on the moon. The ones we're most familiar with are the ones that filled with basalt, lava, over 3 billion years ago, and created the dark maria on the moon that we see as the dark features that create the face of the man on the moon. But many of them did not flood with basalt, and in this case, Bailey, down near the moon's southeastern limb, a prime example of one of these basins on the moon that did not flood with basalt and is still maintains its original structure, although degraded by subsequent impacts. Now, some of you all who follow my postcards from the moon recognize this as the post that I did today. I advertised it as 550 kilometers of nothingness on the moon, which is very unusual on the moon. Such a broad sweep, a greater distance between here San Antonio to Dallas in Texas, beyond that. So it's very unusual to have a large area like that with relatively nothing on it. But this is Mare Serenitatis, the Sea of Serenity, very aptly named because it is one of the most serene places on the moon. The only small craters on it are these small bowl-shaped simple craters. The largest crater down in the lower right, Bessel, 16 kilometers in diameter, classic simple crater. All the others, the middle left, the white haloed Linné crater, and the strange linear row of 4 craters, actually 5 craters up near the upper left. All of these are simple craters. just bowl-shaped depressions in the moon, like you took a giant ice cream scoop and just scooped out a hole. Now, complex craters. Now we're getting into some significant detail, like Pythagoras, got up on the northeastern limb. The multiple central peaks present kind of a pyramid appearance, but like the others, like Geminus up north of Mare Crisium or Moretus down near the South Pole, they all have this characteristic collapsed terraced walls where the crater is so big that the walls weren't strong enough to support themselves, and they collapsed inward to the middle of the crater. And Copernicus, like I said, a prime example. We can look straight down at Copernicus from Earth and see all of this detail. The same with Tycho, one of the youngest of the large craters on the moon, only 106 or 8 million years old, as opposed to billions for some of the other craters. And again, a central peak that rebounded up from subsurface rock, bouncing up like a trampoline by the shock of the impact that created the crater and the typical collapsed terraced walls. Pythagoras again, up near the polar regions, and moving on, yeah, Moretus down south, very near the South Pole. Down so close to the lunar limb that we can see the mountain peaks on the limb of the moon protruding up in 3 dimension. The edge of the moon certainly isn't smooth. And Theophilus at the upper right, overlaying older Cyrillus crater, and then Katharina crater at the middle left. All of these Cyrillus and Katharina one time looked very much like Theophilus, but as each of these craters formed, first Katharina, and then Cyrillus, and then Theophilus, each impact, the shock and the ejecta from each succeeding one progressively ruined the previous craters. So now only the last one maintains its fresh appearance, but very much typical central peak, collapsed terrace walls of a complex crater. And I had mentioned Bailey, which almost disappears in this, so I'm hoping that my cursor is visible as I circle the rim of Bailey. Large, whoops, wrong direction. Come on. There we go. Large basin on the southwestern limb of the moon. And for that matter, there's another basin up here hidden in plain sight, following my cursor from above elongated Schiller crater down to the complex crater here, Zuchius. This entire relatively smooth region is another basin, the Schiller-Zuchius basin, but it's hard to pick out unless you know that it's there. Now, some craters that started out as classic complex craters with a central peak, collapsed terrace walls, were later modified. In this case, the top one, we see Ptolemaeus, completely smoothed over. This was filled in with a wave of ejecta thrown out by subsequent basin impacts after Ptolemaeus was formed prior to the Nectarian epoch. This crater's about 4 billion years old. So it was around before the moon got beaten up really bad during the Nectarian epoch, when all the large basins, the surviving basins, were formed. And another feature of craters is the crater rays, the white splashes of material that splash out from these younger craters. The rays are composed of pulverized glassy material blasted out of the crater by the explosion that created it. Now, crater rays fade after about 1 billion years, billion with a B, because of the constant infall of meteorites tills the lunar soil and eventually gardens the soil so much that the rays fade away. So the presence of rays indicates these craters are 1 billion years or younger. And of course, crater rays reflect very brightly back toward the source of the light illuminating them, which is the sun. and they're brightest at new moon. Excuse me, full moon. Nothing's bright at new moon. Brightest at full moon, when the Earth is lined up between the moon and the sun, and the reflections are coming directly at us. There's also different kinds of rays. These monodirectional rays, like those extending from Messier and Messier A up at the left, or this very distinctly butterfly wing ray pattern from Proclus. These are indications of a very, very oblique impact, very shallow inclined impact. In the case of Messier and Messier A, the impactor struck and formed Messier, which is the right-hand one first, ricocheted, bounced down range, and struck again and created Messier A, which used to be called Pickering on old maps, and created the monodirectional ray, single ray streaming downwind. Now the same happened with Proclus, except it was a single impact, and the area to the lower left where there are no rays, we call this the zone of exclusion. And this is an indicator of the direction the impactor came from. No crater rays spread out back in the direction the impactor came from on these very, very oblique impacts. And examples of crater rays, of course, we can see the Tychonian ray system with our naked eye at full moon. It covers half or almost the whole lower hemisphere of the moon, spread out over 2,200 kilometers. Other rays, Copernicus, Kepler, and Aristarchus, they combine to form a bright patch that we can see with the naked eye. So these are substantial craters, but Copernicus, of course, its ray system spans over 1,000 kilometers. And this magnificent ray system, along with the structure of Copernicus, the classic complex crater design of it, it inspired early telescopic observers to dub Copernicus the monarch of the moon. And personally, I think it looks like a giant snowflake with the huge ray pattern. And then Kepler crater nearby, its spoked ray pattern inspires me to think of it as a ninja star. Another class of craters are secondaries. Now, these are created by the impact of ejecta thrown from the primary crater's explosion. Now, secondary craters are very shallow compared to the larger primary craters because the impact speed of the projectile that created them cannot exceed the 2.4 kilometers per second escape velocity of the moon. If something is blasted out of a crater by an asteroid impact at a higher velocity, it will escape the moon and go into solar orbit. But if it's below 2.4 kilometers per second, it will fall back down on the moon and create a secondary crater. And near a crater, secondaries often lay in chains, in ropey strings and loops, like we see here near Copernicus. We think that a majority of the craters on the moon, smaller than 20 kilometers, are probably secondaries. Many are not, but a majority of them are. But these can appear hundreds of kilometers from the primary crater. So it's really tough to associate it with a specific crater unless we're close in and see these crater chains of secondaries radiating out. Another view where low sun elevation accentuates these chains of craters extending out from Copernicus. And we can see the similar effect when we look very close to Tycho, ignoring the ray pattern around it, drilling down to the fine details of the surface. Notice all of the craters in the territory around Copernicus are just blasted with tiny buckshot pits. All of these were created by ejecta that rained back down on the surface after the Tychonian impact. And similarly on Mare Nectaris, Theophilus crater showered out this pattern of secondary craters across the northwestern plains of Mare Nectaris. Not all craters are round either. we think of craters as being round holes. I think all of the dictionary definition almost always includes the term round, but not necessarily so. Like I said, craters have distinctive personalities. No two are alike. Haensel, very elongated peanut-shaped crater, is actually an overlap of two separate impacts. The same with Rhea E. This is multiple impacts. But Schiller is a single oblique impact. Schiller is huge. It's 179 kilometers long. Now, if you translated that length into the diameter of a round crater on the moon, that would be one of the 10 largest craters on the moon. So Schiller is not small by any means. And putting them into perspective, it's very interesting that Schiller and Haensel are in the same telescopic view on the southwestern quadrant of the moon. And their chance alignment of lining up in the same direction is just pure chance. And looking down at Haensel, we see it at an oblique angle because it's so low on the southern hemisphere of the moon, so it appears elongated. But if you were overhead on a spacecraft looking straight down, it would be two round craters merged together. But again, Schiller, yeah, a distinct single oblique impact that plowed this trough into the moon. And continuing the theory that, or the premise that not all craters are round, Anaximander, the overlapping Anaximander A and B forms an inverted Valentine heart. Meton crater up in the northern latitudes, four overlapping craters that were filled with basin ejectors, so their interiors are completely covered and they merge into this four-leaf clover pattern. Agrippa and Godin, Agrippa being distinctly bullet-shaped. Godin looks like a bell, complete with a clapper hanging down the bottom. And I can go through a whole catalog of geometric shapes of craters on the moon, but I'll just jump straight to the most improbable, a square crater, W Bond, up on the other side of Mare Frigoris from a Plateau crater, very distinctly square in shape. Now, I had mentioned that craters are formed by an impact, and they might be subsequently modified by volcanism. Well, these are examples of that happening. Gassendi, Posidonius, Atlas crater at the far upper right. These all started life as standard complex craters, central peak, collapsed terrace walls, but the impact fractured the lunar surface so deeply that it reached magma chambers below the surface, and lava welled up from the bottom of the crater up into the crater, lifting its floor and volcanically altering its interior. All floor fractured craters feature these networks of rills or cracks on their floor, thus the name floor fractured crater. And looking closer at them, Gassendi crater is on the northern shore of Mare Humorum, and it distinctly reminds me of Grandma's oatmeal cookies, right out of the oven. How they have this cracked look to them when they come fresh out of the oven. And yet another classification of craters is ghost craters. Now, these are craters that existed prior to extensive volcanism that flooded the large basins on the moon and created the Maria. Now, in this case, Lamont, Stadius, Flamsteed P were substantial craters on a basin floor, and then volcanism flooded these craters, flooded the basins, buried these craters. In the case of Stadius and Flamsteed P, the very crown of their rims still protrudes through the basalt, so we can see them as ghost craters. In the case of Lamont, the crater is completely buried, but its rim buckles up these wrinkle ridges on the surface of the moon, and we can see the structure. And close on a wider view of Lamont, and just north of the Apollo 11 landing site, since we just celebrated the 55th anniversary of the Apollo landing. Tranquility Base is right where my cursor is circling. But the curious thing about Lamont, the buried crater, these wrinkle ridges radiating out from it. So it gives the appearance of a giant spider. And north of Gassendi on southern Oceanus Procellarum, I'd mentioned Flamsteed P before, but others like Witchman R and several other ghost craters, all in this region, southern Oceanus Procellarum, very heavily cratered prior to the lava flooding. So all of these collection of ghost craters, or I collectively call them the ghosts of Procellarum. And finally, we get to a class of craters we call catena. That's the scientific name for a crater chain. And up very near the center of the moon's disk, Catena Mueller, Catena Davy are very obvious. Catena Abulfeda at the bottom, 200 kilometers long, one of the longest crater chains on the moon. And here we see it again, stretching near the lower center. We'll place it here as Theophilus and Cyrillus that we were speaking of earlier, and up where the cursor is circling is the Apollo 16 landing site. So Catena Abulfeda keeping good company. Named, of course, after Abulfeda crater, this flat-floored crater here, and it extends off the southern rim of Catena, so it gives it a rat tail appearance. So, concluding, like I said, no two craters are alike. Each is individual in appearance. There's 1,000 big craters on the moon, and no two look alike. Some heavily modified, like Plato, completely flooded with basalt. We can't even see its central peak anymore. Others more classic appearing, but deep shadows at sunrise and sunset give them a distinct personality. And as you follow these along the lunar terminator, you'll fall in love with some of these. They have their own personality. Each crater will talk to you with a different language. And as the shadows get deeper and deeper, and finally the lunar night swallows them up, these all have very endearing individualistic appearances. So, as I always say, there's much to love on the moon, and I invite you to come out and play with me on my playground. So until next time, I have enjoyed it. And turning it back over to you.
Thanks. There's a question from John Ray on Facebook.
Sure.
Watching on Facebook. He wants to know, when are the best times to see crater rays visually through a telescope?
The closer to full moon, the better. Well, like I said, crater rays are very efficient. The material that makes them, the glassy, crushed material that makes the crater ray itself, is very efficient at reflecting light back toward its source, which is the sun. So at full moon, the Earth is between the moon and the sun, and that reflection is coming directly at us, and crater rays are brightest at the full moon. Now, some craters have sufficiently bright rays that they're visible at the lesser phases. In fact, the Copernican and Keplerian rays are visible at their location maybe 2 days after local sunrise. But they really brighten up at full moon. So we classically hear that full moon is the worst time to observe the moon because there's no shadows. So you don't see any of the detail because there's nothing to provide relief. But the full moon is also the best time to look at things that are most reflective, like crater rays or the bright rims of ghost craters protruding above a Mare surface. So the full moon is the best time to see a crater ray.
Great. And I have a question about craters. I wondered if humans have ever seen a impact from the Earth with the naked eye.
Naked eye, I there's anecdotal evidence that English monks, and I believe it was back around the 11th century, may have witnessed the formation of the crater Giordano Bruno, which is on the far side of the moon. But the effect of the impact was such that it significantly temporarily altered the view of the limb of the moon. Now, some people debate that both ways. I don't have any opinion on it myself, but I think that's the only evidence we have of a large crater having been formed on the moon. Now, smaller impacts are detected quite often. An ordinary webcam or an ordinary planetary camera attached to a modest telescope looking at the shadowed side of the moon, not at the illuminated side during a phase, but at the shadowed side. Just stare at it long enough, and eventually you'll pick up a small meteorite impact on the moon, a very brief flash. Now, there's many people doing this. There's organized networks of observers doing this, and it's specifically to characterize the impact rate on the moon. And this is very important information, because sometime in the near future, we hope, we're going to have settlements on the moon, a lunar base, science bases on the moon. And it's always helpful to know what's going to be falling on your roof. So this is an ongoing research project, and it can be accomplished with a modest telescope and a standard off-the-shelf planetary camera.
So this is kind of a citizen science program
Yes.
that most amateurs could participate.
Yep. All we need is
Very
clear
interesting.
skies, something I haven't had since the eclipse. Yeah, can you believe you came down for the eclipse in Texas and you saw how the weather caved in on us literally the day of the eclipse. The weather has been like that ever since. It's been 3 months since I've had any sky.
Oh, goodness.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, not a happy time. But I love to talk about the moon, and be happy to come back again and chat with you
Oh,
again
please
at
do.
a future time.
Please do every time. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I did find a website that I'll post here about Lunar Impact Monitoring Program from NASA.
Oh, cool.
There we go. Okay, very good. Okay, thank you, Robert.
You
And
bet.
our next speaker will be Nico Arias, and it's been a while since he's been on, but we're really happy to have you back on, Nico, and thank you for attending the 153rd Global Star Party.
Hi,
It's
Scott. Hi, hey
it's
everyone.
hammer time with Nico once
Hammer
again.
time. I'm really happy to be back.
Hello
I,
again, Nico.
I take a long vacation from CSP.
Yes.
I'm really happy to be here, and I think that, as Cesar said, this is an amazing CSP. We have everything. We have talking about outreach, teaching, photography, and it's a really nice CSP tonight.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been
Well,
a pleasure.
and as you know, my participations is always talking about how you can do astronomy or photography or whatever with a Dobsonian. And I will start sharing the screen. Give me a second. Here. Okay, can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, this few weeks I was waiting because we are having a lot of bad weather, and the cold nights helped us with a really nice seeing nights. And I will start with some moon captures. I was marveling with the raw representation with the pictures of the lunar terminator. I really love to observe and capture on that kind of craters in the moon terminator. And I have a few videos I recorded a few nights ago. these videos are processed with PIP, that the PIP software that adjusts the movement, and that's because you can see the like a static, that I have no tracking here. I have another video. I captured 3 or 4 videos because I was testing the camera for the night. I was waiting for Saturn, and I get these 3 images of the moon. As I say, I try to capture near the terminator because of the details of the shadows.
Wow.
You can see I really I was
You are
I
in
was
the Robert Reeves
observing.
school. Wow, the details.
Yes, I was observing with the eyepiece, and I see the night has a near perfect seeing, because I do not remember to another time to watch this kind of details in this particular zone.
Wow.
I think this is this is Mount Apennines, and these dark zones. And when I saw this in the eyepiece, I was to catch the camera and get the image. This is a close up for that. I don't know the name of this this zone. I think this crater is Manilius, but I don't know the dark zone.
Maybe if Robert is near to
Maybe Robert knows.
computer,
I'm sure. I'm
yes,
sure he
yeah.
knows. And as I said, I start the Saturn season, and this is a video of that night. You can see we have a nice scene, but some clouds that make that kind of distortion. That is the movement of my hand, obviously. And that night I get this picture that was till that night the best picture of this season. And it's amazing how in 1 year uh, how much
Change
the rings change the position.
position. Yeah.
It's really stunning to observe
Wow, that's
this.
beautiful. Very good.
And this was the night of the 13th, and the next night some friend called me and said, you need to go out again. So we barely sleep these 2 nights, and you can see the difference. You can see this is the real capture. You can see the hand tracking.
Uh-huh.
This is a video of 20 videos I take that night, and you can see the scene was amazing. You can sometimes watch even the in the rings. I forgot the name. The Cassini division was amazing, amazing night to observe Saturn. I captured 20 videos of 90 seconds each. You can see this a video with the pre-processing with PIP that centers the planet in each frame, so you can stack the best frame. And this is the result of stacking one of the videos.
Wow.
It was a near perfect scene night.
Amazing
It was
details.
amazing,
Isn't that
amazing details,
wonderful?
and it's only one image. I get 20 of
Wow.
these. So this is what I get when I derotate the 20 images. You can see how the stacking
Beautiful.
and the rotated with wind chupos reduce drastically the noise. So you can see a lot of equatorial bands and details, and I get these results after the post-processing I think this is one of my best Saturn captures. Even with a few moons, it was a really memorable night to not sleep. And this is with the north up, and I really love how with the south up the image get. I am really happy with this result, and also it was posted in the Alpo Japan webpage when you can send every kind of image of planetary of the planets, not only astrophotography. You can capture in different bands or different kind of details, and they will compile all the data, and you can visit the Alpo Japan web to see a lot of archive, uh, a lot of astrophotographies around the world. So this was my short presentation for tonight.
This is wonderful.
Yeah,
Nicole,
Thank you.
very
thanks.
inspiring images.
And as always, hand tracking, that is my passion. A few months or the last year, I was making a tracking motor for the Dobsonian, and then I removed that because I was bored. I was boring waiting. So I really love to be there.
Right.
Yeah, you say big go-to for what? Yeah.
Kind of more
No, I mean,
handcrafted.
it's really useful. Maybe for
Yes.
another kind of photography for long exposure and a lot. But as I really enjoy to be there, even for some some deep sky clusters and globulars or some planetary nebulas. You can do it with really short exposures, and I really enjoy that.
Yeah, it's unique, the style. I I was astonished one time in a star party that I watched to Nico capture the international
Space station, yeah.
space
Oh, right.
station
That's right.
by hand with his, and I was all time center in the screen.
Yeah.
And I say, maybe you have this picture. I don't know if the picture is really great, but we was watching how he
The
worked.
whole process.
Yeah, but
Well, wait, you think that for that picture of Saturn, I was a half an hour moving the Dobsonian
wow,
continually because
yeah,
you need to get the best frames, so you need to you give it time.
yeah. I hope to import and make a test and try with Nico of the Explore Scientific
Yes,
Dobsonian.
we need to try that.
Yeah, yes. Explore Scientific have a 10 inches Dobsonian that is great. It's the most popular. Is the outside of the line
Yes.
10 inches that I'm interested in import to Argentina. We can make a great try with Nico because Nico is using an planetarian camera.
Yes, I am using an Symphony SB
Yes.
305.
305.
Yep.
Yes, very normal. And it's amazing. Really, really, when I will receive the Dobsonians, we can try one of this for to make something like this.
Yes,
And
as and I always said not only for astrophotography, you can do a lot. I do a lot of
yeah, the
double
visual,
stars, You can do astrometry, you can do some photometry too.
Yes.
And even here that we have a very pollution, light pollution skies, but
Yes. The idea is that the people have is having 5 telescopes in their home
yes.
and don't explain to their wife, no problem. Yes, it's great.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. I want to thank the
Thank
audience
you,
for
Scott.
tuning in
Nice
to the
to invite us.
153rd Global Star Party. We will be back for the 154th, and I'll make an announcement fairly soon about that. And it was really wonderful to hear all of the different presenters talk about their passion in astronomy outreach and aspects of astronomy outreach to help people understand, the big concepts. And so it was very cool. We know that a lot of people watching this, either live right now or in replay, are also astronomy outreach enthusiasts. And so we encourage you to keep it up and to keep looking up. And we hope to see you back on the next Global Star Party. Take care, guys.
Thank you. Take care, Scott.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
And good night, guys. Good night.
Good night, Scott. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Good day, everyone. This is David Levy. That's me. And I am holding the original Discovery films of our most important comet, Comet Shoemaker-Levy 9. These films were taken on the 23rd of March, 1993. Carolyn discovered the comet on these films 2 days later. And on, about 16 months after that, all of the fragments of this comet collided with Jupiter, giving humanity its first view of what happens when a comet hits a planet. And one of the exciting things about this is that when comets hit planets, they don't just drop dust. They also drop organic materials, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen, which eventually turn into proteins, amino acids, RNA, and finally, on one magic day, DNA. Comet impacts are really the first step in the origin of life. I'd like to invite all of you to come to the next Global Star Party. They are run by Scott Roberts of Explore Scientific and me. We co-host this program, and it's usually done on Tuesdays, and usually at 6 o'clock or so Central Time. And so I hope to see you all there. My name is David Levy, and I hope to see you all at the very next Global Star Party. Thank you.